Angazi. Black aspect. This one. This look. Armpit. Pink. This is your USP. That's good to have the pool. Really? Is it not open? Great.
As a leading world-class events facility. Welcome to the Durban ICC, where the world meets Africa. As a leading world-class events facility, we make your safety our #1 priority. Please give us your attention for a few minutes to take you through some important health and safety information. As the Durban ICC is a public space, please remember to keep your personal belongings safe and with you at all times. We have many bathrooms for you to use around the venue. They are clearly marked in the foyer and concourse areas. The Durban ICC is a smoke-free building, but we do have clearly marked smoking zones outside the main entrance and in the courtyards opposite the concourse. Please make use of these areas and the ashtrays provided when you smoke. In the event of a medical emergency, please dial the emergency number 031 360 111 for assistance. The Durban ICC has developed a very simple emergency evacuation plan that everyone must be familiar with. Our staff are specially trained and will be there to assist you in following this plan. In the event of an evacuation, arrangement will be made to leave the venue. Please remain calm and walk swiftly to the nearest emergency exit in the concourse area. These exit doors are clearly marked. Security guards and the marshals will also help direct you out of the building. Please do not use any lifts or escalators in the event of an emergency. Once outside, you will be directed to the nearest assembly point by the marshals for your safety. Please wait at the assembly point until the venue has been cleared and a marshal deems it safe for you to return to your seats. Thank you for your time and enjoy this event.
Ndabezita Nkosi Matenjwa. I want to recognize the support we've got from the Mayor of Durban, MEC for Health, MEC for Environment, great support from the National Convention Bureau and the KZN Convention Bureau. Conference Local Organizing Committee, the chairperson of the Scientific Committee, Professor Mkaratirwa, board members of Ecohealth International who are scattered all over the world, having been awake for almost 24 hours, which I'll return to later in my speech. Board members of the African chapter and other regional Ecohealth chapters. Ecohealth International Advisory Board members, also scattered all over the world. Past presidents of Ecohealth International. The leader of early career individuals, Angel, who has been up since yesterday. For 24 hours, she hasn't slept. General delegates and our special delegates whom I would like to stand up. Meron Fanta, could you stand up, please? Kiara Reddy. These are just the youngest delegates that we are going to have in this conference, and they are going to be presenting. Please give them a hand of applause. Colleagues, I welcome you to the 2022 8th Biennial Conference. We are back in Africa, having started from here virtually some 24 hours ago. During the period that the Ecohealth International torch went to 9 different globally positioned destinations. Yesterday, we started in Southern and West Africa, virtually, which was representing Africa. For 2 hours, we had a great discussion around the theme of a just, healthy, and sustainable planet. We had this initiative organized by the early career individuals, particularly spearheaded by Angel. From Africa, after 2 hours of great deliberations, we moved to Eastern Europe, where we had another 2 hours of deliberations on the same topic of healthy, just, and sustainable planet. We moved on as number 3 destination to Western Europe. We then moved on to South and Latin America. From South and Latin America, we went to North America for another 2 hours. And then we went to the Far East, Oceania East. So that was part of East Australia. We also did 2 hours there before the torch was moved to Oceania West, western part of Australia as well. And we moved away from the oceans and went up the mountains to Bhutan in East Asia, where we spent another 2 hours. Then we came back. We actually stayed in Asia South, before we came back to Africa as the 10th destination. And the last destination, the number 10 in Africa, we were actually focusing on North and Eastern Africa. After that session, which ended around 8 o'clock this morning, after 24 hours of passing on the torch from one place to another, the torch was handed back to me as the president, sitting president of Ecohealth International, to now bring it to this venue. I really would like us, with your indulgence, to just stand up so that we can give a standing ovation for Margot, Mayor, and Angel and Chester. Could you please stand up and give them a round of applause? I know they are sleeping somewhere, trying to recover. Thank you. Those of you who participated in this 24-hour global trot, you will understand what it meant for Margot, the main mentor for this group, and the past president of Ecohealth International, Mayor, Angel, and Chester, who did not sleep at all during those 24 hours. I was logged in, I slept, I woke up, and I still found them there. I listened to them, and they looked like they were in their first session. It was vibrant discussions. And on that journey, each session was attended by an average of 25 to 35 people. So a lot of people were in conversation about how we can make planet Earth a better world for the next generation. They will be joining us during the course of the conference, as they've just taken leave to take a rest after these 24 hours. I want to go back to remind you about the journey that we have traveled, a very difficult journey. In 2018, at Cali, Colombia, 7th Biennial Conference, I painted a beautiful picture of how Africa would host a great conference in 2020, following previous very successful biennial conferences. And these conferences were, which I attended almost all of them, the one in Madison in 2006, which was the very first Ecohealth conference. The second one in Mexico, Merida, in 2008. The third one in the UK, London, in 2010. The next one was in China, in a place called Kunming. Then we crossed over to go to Montreal, Canada in 2014. And we went the other direction in the east to Australia, Melbourne in 2016. From 2016, we went to Columbia, Cali in 2018. And this is where we had won the bid to host this conference. And as I said, we painted a very beautiful picture then, imagining great numbers that would love to come to South Africa. We were anticipating to get numbers almost equatable to the people who came to the World Event for Soccer in 2010. We were prepared for that. And I just want to demonstrate how prepared we were. If our colleagues on the other side can play a poet that originally was done for 2020, and we modified it for 2022 June, because we thought we were going to meet in June, then we postponed. Could we have that audio play, please?
Ecohealth Conference for the first time in Africa from the 27th of June to the 1st of July 2022. Finally it's home. Finally it's in eThekwini. Finally it's in Africa. The tale of Africa that heads innovation, the creativity and diversity of issues that concerns our planet Mother Earth. A vital time that requires scientific collaborative networking, especially when the world is slowly being crippled by a monster called COVID-19. Let the University of KwaZulu-Natal be the chief architect of solutions to what humanity and the environment is succumbing to. The Ecohealth Conference 2022 will be a special scientific crusade that will be a genesis of special solutions to what the ecosystem is facing. Africa, as a vulnerable continent to global warming and continuous cyclones, has been on its knees for long. Now solutions will emerge in Africa. For the 8th time, it's finally in Africa. Durban, the host city, is ready to share its warmthness and beauty with the world. The shores of the Indian Ocean is our pride as a city, the backbone of African intelligence. The University of KwaZulu-Natal is ready to receive you with warmness. A doorstep into Africa where every idea is shared and digested. Welcome to Durban. Tala National Park, right in the thick forest of Natal, will be ready to showcase the beauty of African wildlife. Umlazi Vibes Township, right at the shoulders of the city, will be celebrating and smiling the historic assembling of global thinkers to Africa. Durban, a city that will host hopes of positively sustaining our planet Mother Earth. Solutions that will tackle mammals and plants facing extinction. Durban will offer answers to spillages affecting our seas and life in aqua. Durban will bring thinkers to digest. Welcome to Durban, welcome to Natali, welcome to Africa. The Ecohealth Conference 2022, welcome to Durban. The Ecohealth
Get well soon. Itai the poet would have loved to bring him here live. He's dynamic, but he's not feeling very well. But we thought that we should play the piece that he did for us when we went to Johannesburg for a delegate boosting workshop. This conference was meant to happen in June 2020, as you have just heard. Unfortunately, COVID-19 set in at the time, causing incredible disruptions, which left us with no option but to initially postpone the conference. We postponed it for the second time later in 2020, and eventually we postponed it indefinitely. Since 2020, KZN has faced a multitude of challenges, starting with COVID-19, the social unrest which disrupted business, enterprises, and infrastructure in KZN, flooding which seriously crippled infrastructure across the province. These challenges impacted on everyone who lived in KZN and across the country. We lost colleagues, friends, and family members. Everyone seated here was affected one way or the other by these challenges. I'm happy that we are finally having this conference, albeit that it now is yet to be a hybrid conference. And I thank those that are joining virtually to this conference, with most of the presenters having to present their papers virtually. But the good thing is it will be live streamed. Nonetheless, just as we managed to have virtual great conversations in the past 24 hours, we believe that we'll be able to continue with these discussions enriched by various presentations that will be made today. At this point, I want to welcome all of you once again, and those that are joining on the virtual platform, to this 2022 conference that was supposed to take place in 2020. I'm still hopeful that we will have meaningful discussions whose outcomes, together with the outcomes of the pre-conference activity, can get us to reach very important resolutions going forward. This morning in this session here, we will have the Deputy Vice Chancellor for the College of Health Sciences, University of KwaZulu-Natal, opening this event for us. Shortly, I'll call her to come. And then that will be followed by a keynote presentation by Professor Namu, whom I'll also introduce appropriately when the time comes. Professor Nama, whose initial basic qualification was in nursing, is a scientist who has grown over many years, doing a master's, doing a PhD, and becoming very prominent in public health. She was, at the time that I was the college dean of research, she was the dean of my current school, the School of Nursing and Public Health, where she served a full term and shaped the School of Nursing and Public Health to what it is now. She then ascended to the position of Deputy Vice Chancellor for the College of Health Sciences, which has got 5 schools under it. The school that is about health sciences in general, things like occupational health, optometry, dentistry, they are under her armpit. the public health, the School of Nursing and Public Health, where we train nurses and we train public health specialists. The medical school, where we train doctors, and LMMS, which is very fundamental for basic science, where our medical doctors spend their earlier days learning subjects like anatomy, physiology, before they actually go on to the aspects that are clinical. I remember very well when we were getting accreditation, how much she worked so hard to make sure that our programs were all accredited. And I'm so proud that she has climbed the ladder to university leadership on her own merit and not as a transformation case. So today, we are proud that we are having her to address us here. And Professor Ngama, I welcome you to come and address our colleagues and delegates here. Thank you very much for your guidance.
Thank you very much, Professor Chimbari. Prof. Chimbari and I have very good memories working together when I was a dean of the School of Nursing and Public Health, and Prof at the time was the Dean of Research in the College of Health Sciences. Did great work during the time, and we were very sad to lose him to Zimbabwe. But we understood, and I'm very happy that, Prof, you've kept an active role at the University of KwaZulu-Natal as an honorary professor, and you are doing great work supervising students. I learned a lot from you, and really we will always treasure the time that we spend together. So really, it's my pleasure. I haven't seen you since COVID, and I was really so happy today to see you. Ndabezi Tango Simathenjwa, Mayor of Durban in absentia, MEC of Health and MEC of Environment in absentia, President of Ecohealth International, Professor Chimbari, board members of Ecohealth International, board members of the African chapter and other regional Ecohealth chapters, Ecohealth International advisory board members, past presidents of Ecohealth International, leader of early career academic individuals, Angel, UKZN deans and heads of schools who may be present, delegates. It really is my pleasure for me to address all of you today at this special 8th Ecohealth International Conference, which I understand should have been held in 2020, but due to COVID was postponed up to today. First, it's the first time that the Ecohealth International is hosting its biennial conference in Africa, and for us, this is a major achievement. And specifically in Durban, which we call the Kingdom of KwaZulu. And even more specifically, at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, which, as you know, is an institution that inspires greatness and is known as the premier university of African scholarship. In that respect, as already introduced, my name is Busi Ngama. I'm the DVC and head of the College of Health Sciences in the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And I'm very proud that Professor Chimbari is coordinating this important event. I'm even proud that he's now the president of the Ecohealth. The theme of this conference, which is working together for a just and sustainable planet, it resonates very well with some of the UKZN flagship themes. We have 4 themes for research at UKZN, the first being social cohesion, second being African cities and and then the third one being African health, which we are working within today. So all these flagships, they fit in very well with the theme of Ecohealth and what we are dealing with at this conference. Indeed, the KwaZulu-Natal Ecohealth program is situated in the College of Health Sciences, and through it, UKZN has been able to engage with communities to address real challenges that they experience. The good work is really evidenced by the presence of Nkosi Mathenjwa, the traditional leader of the area in which the KEP has been working since 2014. And I've also had the pleasure of visiting the area up there in the north and saw the work that this team has been conducting. And we are also very grateful for the piece of land that was given to UKZN to use for research purposes, and so that Ecohealth could continue to do their work. This shows what real community engagement means for UKZN. I've looked at the program and I'm pleased with the mix of topics that will be presented at this conference. It's clear that the Ecohealth approach is inclusive and ensures that the disciplines are not siloed, but are intertwined. I'm very pleased that African researchers and Ecohealth practitioners in Africa have the majority of papers. This means that the sessions will address many of the challenges and opportunities important for improving African people's lives in a sustainable manner, thereby contributing to the global efforts to make planet Earth safe for the next generation. This conference comes after KZN livelihoods were crippled by a number of factors. The first having been, of course, COVID-19. The second one having been the looting that took place. And then the third one having been the floods that took place, which followed after the 2 events. It's my hope that deliberations on minimizing such climatic catastrophes and strengthening resilience and preparedness of KZN and indeed the rest of Southern Africa will be topical at this conference. I encourage the UKZN staff members to take advantage of this conference to network and consider teaming up with researchers from all over the world who are represented in this work on a large-scale projects and consistent with our flagships, which is another flagship that I did not mention, which is big data. I will really be looking forward to the resolutions that will emerge from the 3 days of deliberations. I'm equally more really impressed by the involvement of the early career academics, because as we say in isiZulu, inkunzi isematholeni, and most often they are left out, and I'm even more impressed with the youngest delegates that I see today who will also be presenting. This is what we encourage. The sooner we start, the better. And I'm looking forward to having the 2 of you as scholars within UKZN in future. With these words, I want to thank all of you and wish that and hope that you really enjoy the deliberations and you have a fruitful conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Colleagues, we now move into the main program. We're going to be featuring our main keynote presenter for the whole conference and indeed for this first session. This keynote speaker is a PhD from Rhodes University and is a full professor and chief researcher under Exaro Chair in Climate and Sustainability Transitions at the University of South Africa. He is a National Research Foundation C-rated researcher undertaking research in the fields of COVID-19 and tourism, climate change and sustainable development. Prof. Namo has published 17 books, 13 edited and 4 co-authored, and over 101 journal articles. And since 2013, he has graduated 12 PhDs and hosted 11 postdoctoral fellows. And I'm proud that his postdoctoral fellows, once they are weaned off, they enter most of the universities at the level of associate professor. And I can say that with confidence because we recently received 2 of his postdoctoral fellows that had been with him at UNISA and returned to Great Zimbabwe University, where I'm currently the Pro-Vice Chancellor. And on assessing them, they all qualified for the level of associate professorship, which really shows that that is great mentorship, where after getting a PhD, somebody can have a transition of a number of years to become independent. He is also one of the experts for the non-economic loss group under the UNFCCC, also International Mechanisms on Loss and Damage. He has over 25 years of experience in the academic and consulting spaces of engagements and is an advocate of open access educational resources. This keynote speaker is Professor Godwell Namo from UNISA. Prof, please come and take it away.
Good morning, everybody. Why do you start by clapping? I've not even spoken a word. That's exactly why I don't give people my biography, because I spend time reading things that are not necessary. What is necessary is what you are waiting for is trying to do something there. Do you have a clicker there, or I can give you mine? Let me give you mine because I always want to be prepared in case you don't have one. Do you have one? But mine is fine, it's better. I'm used to it. How many minutes do I have? Because I'm used to preach at church. No, at church they say, Pastor, you can preach for as long as you want to do that. But now we can't do that. So we have got to move with the 1 second. Stream it live as well. Okay, he's trying to sort it and stream it live and all that kind of stuff. Oh, that's fine. Okay, but I've also learned that I can stop anywhere during the presentation. So it means whatever I would have presented, what is meant for that group for that day. So I'm no longer pressed for time like in undergrad where you are pressed for time. You can stop anywhere. Thank you. Okay. That's fine. Right. Maybe if somebody asks me what is my greatest achievement in life, my greatest achievement in life is simple. I introduced public health programs and environmental health programs in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is a country north of the Limpopo, just in case some of you might not know. So there was a battle, the battle between the Incos. Good morning. We had quite a long chat last night with the Incos in the middle. there was a battle in Zimbabwe. I think this battle is also maybe here, where people from the public health, not public experts, environmental health, were undermined to a level that if they wanted a degree, they had to come to South Africa to Technical Pretoria to have an undergrad degree. There was no undergrad degree in environmental health in Zimbabwe. And there was another issue to say people in environmental health cannot move on to public health. So those are the barriers I tried to destroy, and it happened. So I introduced programs at Solusi, environmental health, environmental science. I moved to a national university, National University of Science and Technology, introduced the same programs, and I brought one program that was called public health. And there was war because the doctors say, people from environmental health cannot do public health. They didn't even want to invite them into their master's program. Doctors are arrogant people. And then there was one guy, Ismulamuli. He went there after undergoing Solusi. He cleared everybody from these so-called public health professionals. They couldn't compete. That's when they started recognizing those programs. To say, okay, by the way, somebody who does environmental health, public health at undergraduate, NAST and Solusi can also join the doctors, so to speak. So I always have a soft spot when it comes to eco-health, public health, because these are disciplines that have been contested from other disciplines that are protective. And so this talk is not coming from a situation where we are going to elevate one discipline. So I've tried to set this topic in a manner that you follow and you identify where you can find an opportunity. And to my vice chancellor there, it's not good enough to say we look forward to have you at UKZN. So I understand maybe the scholarship is already set for those young two girls. So it's not good enough to say we are looking forward. It's not good enough. If you look forward, you have to prepare a place for them. And that place includes what? A scholarship. So I'm hoping maybe when you are in matric, you are in which grades? Grade 8. That's fine. I'm sure by the time matric comes, they would have even put a bigger pace for you for the scholarship. So that's what it means to say, we are looking forward to seeing you at a KZN. No, we want it has to be accompanied by what? By the resources required for you to study. A good university, by the way. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you around eco-health in the era of sustainable development. That's one major topic that I research on. In the era of DRR is disaster risk reduction. I'm going to explain some of the abbreviations for the young ones. Disaster risk reduction. Then Industry 4.0. I think you've heard about Industry 4.0 because even President Zuma used to speak a lot around 4IR. So I think everybody understands Industry 4.0. Okay. Now, as lecturers are told, you have to be you have to have a structure to your presentation. So I try to bring a structure, but at times I can speak without a structure. So in this case, I'm going to speak within this structure because otherwise I won't finish. So the structure is like start with a bit of noise, then I get into serious business. Now, serious business for me is one slide. I say everything that I want to do in one slide. So after that slide, you can go to sleep because I would have said everything I want to say in this public lecture. Then I'm going to talk about the realities of increasing disasters from MDGs. There were government officials last year that were talking about Millennium Development Goals. I said, which world are you staying in? And I know there could be some that are still talking about the Millennium Development Goals there. We have passed that era. We are in a new dispensation. So from MDGs to SDGs, it's important for us to know. Industry 4.0. Then I will possibly round out by saying, let's put it all together for eco-health. And maybe I will conclude. Now, part of the noise is we've got young ones. You can social media this. You are free to do that as long as it's within the bounds of the law. So these are some of the work that I've done at the XRO chair. We are being sponsored by XRO Resources, a company with co-interest, by the way, but they don't shape our research agenda. So actually, they're also moving from core, getting into renewable energy. So those are some of the books that I've published. I can't say which book do I prefer most, but you can read some of those books on your own. So we have got actually a lot of things that is happening. And in this year, we are looking at maybe about 4 other books around COVID. A part of them are coming from Great Zimbabwe University International Conference. 2 books there. Some are coming from as a follow-up of the books that I've done. But the book that I'm looking forward to, which is not written, is the one called Net Zero Emissions by 2050. So you can Google what net zero is all about whilst I'm speaking. That's the book I'm looking forward to. It's not yet there. You know, if you're a Christian, they say faith is believing things that you have not seen. So this is the book actually I believe in most. This one. This is the book of faith, that one, Net Zero by 2050. Now, here's the serious business. Now, I remember I said serious business, what I want you to know and what you need to know. So what you need to know is the harsh realities of increasing disasters have both direct and indirect impacts on eco-health and disease persons. Now, these are things that you need to know. The second one is disaster risk reduction, including climate change, also have inseparable linkages to the attainment of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the 17 interlinked SDGs. Now, if you did not know, we are in this generation, we're talking about the SDGs. So a lot of people, you know, when you're working for government, they talk in abbreviations. And at times you can get lost because then you might say, what is SDGs? So it's going to be easier. I'm going to dip a bit deeper into what SDGs are and maybe where eco-health is and maybe where you specifically can address it if you so wish. Number 3, among common vector-borne diseases with established linkages to climate change are malaria, bilharzia, and cholera. And new studies are showing potential linkages of even the coronavirus to climate change. So what is happening here? I'm trying to address 3 major components or compartments that are moving the world today. So if it was in a stock market or in a stock exchange, I'm talking about the blue chip counters of the issues we need to address today. So part of it is what? SDGs. Second, climate change. Fourth, what is the third one? Industry 4.0. To address complex global eco-health challenges in the context of SDGs, disaster risk reduction, and 4IR, health and other professionals, make it say health, I didn't say eco-health, health including eco-health and other professionals must ask difficult questions and find simple solutions. Now, this is serious. You know, academics, they're in the business of asking difficult questions and bringing difficult solutions. That's not what we need. What we need is to ask difficult questions and bring up what? Simple solutions. Now we're talking about simple solutions. And when I go to the village, my research, what does my research mean to his village? If my research cannot provide a solution to his village, your village, my village, we might as well pack our bags and go home. Mbeki says, what does your research bring to communities like those in Soweto? So if a person in Soweto cannot network to your research, we don't need it. It's not necessary. So I'm saying as eco-health professionals, as other professionals, as we move in the research journey, let's ask difficult questions and provide simple solutions. Everybody must be able to understand what we want to put on the table. Lastly, there, disasters, including climate change, are here to stay, and we must learn to live with such. So we cannot wish climate change away. You know, you can't blow it. You're not going to blow it away and it's going to vanish. But what I say is, like, when I talk about resilience, when I'm talking about adaptation, then we need to bring ourselves into the disasters because that's actually the new reality. Remember, we're talking about the new norm when COVID came. So the new norm, apart from COVID, when it came, by the way, it's dangerous to say when COVID came. COVID is still with us. I've seen politicians that are trying to relax these things as if COVID came and went. Actually, we are seeing the graphs are ticking now. So it still needs to be careful. So the new normal is that we are going to be staying with these disasters, including climate change, as a major and long-lasting disaster. And as eco-health specialists, we are saying, where do I fit in this puzzle? Because there's also your piece of the puzzle in part of those disasters. So this is actually what I wanted to say today to you. Now, It's also important for us to talk about sustainable development. For those that actually want a simple definition, this definition came from the book called Our Common Future. So the book Our Common Future, a small book done by EarthScan, published in 1987. It says, sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the current generation without compromising the needs of the future generations. So that's actually a simplified definition of sustainable development. Of course, there were other issues that came, but I say we need to look after the planet. We need to look after people. We need to look after partnership and prosperity. So I'm saying together, then we can have a sustained a community, a sustained South Africa, and a sustained global movement. So the issue then of resources and battling for resources come in that also affect our agendas when it comes to eco-health. But also we talk about the Africa Agenda 2063. I say these things because people don't read. So at times it's important then to pass by some of these major continental documents or outcomes document. So as a continent, our outcome document from 2012, 2013 thereabouts is called The Future We Want 2063, Agenda 2063. So in Agenda 2063, we have set about 7-8 aspirations, and those aspirations are there. But one of the aspirations, which is quite interesting and that affects eco-health, it actually comes as a target, silence guns by 2020. Now, are we silencing guns by 2020? It has passed. Guns are still ringing. And those are some of the challenges we're facing as a continent. We have put an agenda on the table. 2020, we needed guns to be silenced, and they have not. What is happening with Ecohealth and those guns? What is happening with this about sustainable development in the continent? What is happening in terms of mining and Ecohealth? So I think there, as we're going to be talking about this agenda of Ecohealth, we need to actually have an open mind and a very broad agenda in terms of linking these aspects all together. Now, in terms of SDGs, underneath there you see there are the MDGs. There were 8 of them. And we actually have not lost any of these targets or goals that were there. The same architecture has been brought into the sustainable development goals. And this is quite interesting because as you run, you discover, you said we want to eradicate poverty. Of course, if I was part of this group, I was not going to put we want to eradicate poverty as an SDG. Eradicating poverty is the ultimate. That's where we want to be. So I can't have an outcome as an SDG. So I was going to actually end up and streaming these things to 16 SDGs because ultimately every other SDG that follows is actually issuing the idea is to eradicate poverty. Then we've set eradication poverty as a goal, which I think might not have been proper, but that's what we have globally. So we move with what we have. So you need to be knowing as a young person, as a researcher, to say what other SDGs are there. So you don't have to be told by somebody. So when you move, SDG 2 is talking about what? It's talking about issues of agriculture. SDG 3, health, you can read on your own. SDG 5, you're talking about gender. 6, water and sanitation. 7, energy. All these things you need to know. SDG 17, partnerships. SDG 14, we're talking about blue economy. We're in KZN here, we talk about that. SDG 15, we're talking about biodiversity. SDG 12, we're talking about sustainable consumption and production. SDG 13, climate change. SDG 9, industry. You need to be knowing these things. SDG 10, we're talking about jobs and other things. 16, peace and security. So these are some of the things that you need to know so that as you're going to set your agenda, you know exactly what you need to do. And the way the SDGs have been set is you can raise one SDG, SDG 3, that's talking about health. So the eco-health issues are mainly in address there and others. But you can see as you lift SDG 3, other SDGs are also going to be what? Attached to it. So it depends on which SDG you want to raise, and every other SDG is attached to that. So when I talk about the SDGs agenda research, you can just say, I am for SDG 3. I'm just going to deal with the gender and that is it. No, because if you're dealing with gender, they're going to be issues of peace and security from SDG 16. When dealing with the gender, they're going to be issues around how do we do with the green economy, blue economy. When do with SDG 5, gender. We are going to talk about how we're going to deal with issues around paternity, maternity leave. So there are issues there that are saying all the SDGs, they are intertwined and they speak to one another. Now, just for us, for interest, there are many targets that have been set under SDG 3. So the SDGs talk about health and well-being. I just picked some that I thought were interesting. By 2030, we want to end epidemics of AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, and neglected tropical diseases, and combat hepatitis, waterborne diseases, and other communicable diseases. So if you want to set a research agenda, especially for supervisors there, that have got students who are battling with topics, the topics are many. The topics are galore, many from the SDGs. So when you go to the indicators, they can actually talk to you exactly what you need to research. So you can simply go there. What are they saying about tuberculosis, malaria, neglected tropical diseases in the indicators? Then you can set a topic. You can set a topic there. Even yourself as a supervisor, you can do that. By 2030, sustainably reduce the number of deaths and illnesses from hazardous chemicals and air, water, soil pollution, and contamination. When you go to the indicators, we are going to find topics galore. So now here, what I'm trying to do here is, when you go to the SDGs and you want to know exactly which topic you want to research on, or you want to enlarge or expand on, you can go to the indicators. 3.D there, strengthen the capacity of all countries, in particular developing countries, for early warning, risk reduction, and management of national and global health risks. So we are talking about now, if we're talking about COVID-19, it will come under that. It's not going to be the end. We are going to have other pandemics in the future. And they're saying that part of us as Ecohealth professionals is to network into this and see how we can be involved in this work. It's around SDG 14, the blue economy. We are going to say, what does Ecohealth to do with oceans for food? What does Ecohealth to do with oceans for energy, oceans for transportation, oceans for minerals, oceans for water, oceans for leisure, oceans for health? So those are all areas that we need to open up as we are going to be moving forward in this particular space. I think a coordinator, you can circulate this to participants. I see people are taking photos of this. You can. But remember, in my generation, your film was going to get finished. In my generation, your film was going to get finished. But you know, this time you can take as many as you want. So this is actually our Operation Pakisa for South Africa. So they were talking also about coastal and marine tourism. We're talking about offshore oil and gas exploration, talking about agriculture. We're talking about small harbors development. All these things were part of Operation Pakisa, which is SDG 14. And the question that comes like, what does Ecohealth to do with those issues? Now, let us move on to the harsh realities of climate change. When I talk about climate change, you're going to meet two definitions. This for the young ones. So the two definitions, there's one from the IPCC. Now, in South Africa, IPCCs can be complicated because you've got International Pentecostal Church of Christ. Now, this IPCC is International Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It's one of the UN bodies. So they define climate change inclined to nature. But there is a definition that we are using, which is a more popular definition from the UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. They define climate change and bring the major culprit as us. So I like this one because it brings the major culprit. Climate change refers to a change in climate that is attributed directly or indirectly to human activities that alter the composition of the global atmosphere, and that is in addition to natural climate variability observed over comparable time periods. So they also bring the nature part. So we're saying climate can still change without humanity. But the fact that you've brought humanity in it, it has aggravated the situation or the condition. You know, human beings are selfish by nature. We will never say it is enough. So you know, when my university increases my salary, I will never say it is enough, even if it is enough. So that idea of saying it's never enough is the one that has destroyed the atmosphere, is the one that has destroyed the environment, because we keep on exploiting the environment to a level where it is bleeding now. Now, there are pressures there that we can talk about. We call them the drivers. From AR5 report, there are drivers there, 2014. This is a publication from the IPCC. 2014. So we're talking about warming trends. What is this to do with Ecohealth? Now, remember I was saying, I'm just trying to open up your minds of research and widen the horizon. So if you're from Ecohealth, we are saying, what does warming trends have to do with Ecohealth? When I talk about heat stress in mines, we are now bringing issues around what? Ecohealth. When I'm talking about heat stress in agriculture, we are talking about issues that bring what? Ecohealth. What does extreme temperature has to do with Ecohealth? Drying trend, extreme precipitation, damaging cyclones, flooding, storm surges, ocean acidification, carbon dioxide fertilization. So we are saying all this, the drivers, we are saying then what have they to do with Ecohealth? If you can answer that question, it means then you have to get inside there, find your niche area and open it up so that you can have a better understanding, not only in South Africa, not only in Africa, but globally. And as you're going to be setting your research agenda, let your research agenda be what? Be global. You know, there are researchers that don't have the capacity to set a global research agenda. So if you cannot do that, then you are going to end up being cited by your friends. So we are not here to make you get cited by your friends, or maybe just run a local, a microscopic view of what is happening. So I say we need academics, we need professionals that then can enhance the global agenda in addressing these issues. Of course, those are the trends that just confirm what is happening. The first one talking about surface temperatures rising. The second one talking about sea level rising. And this is quite interesting because when the sea is rising, there are issues that are going to happen there. We have got beachfront developments. We are in KZN. We have got beaches also in Western Cape, Northern Cape, and Eastern Cape. By the way, I know in South Africa we think there are 3 provinces that are coastal. There are 4. There's another one that is called the Northern Cape, which people tend to forget somehow. That is also a province with a coastline. So then there are issues that can happen there: infrastructure, agriculture, residences, all these things that take place there. This is just showing maybe temperature changes and projections. So there is the big question. There's been arguments, but climate change has got positivities. That is correct. So climate change has got positivities, but you say the net effect is negative. So we can have movements in terms of increasing temperatures to drier areas. That is positive. But we are saying the net effect is negative. So when climate change then does its things, there are floods, there are tornadoes, there are cyclones. We are saying then the net, there are extreme droughts. The net effect of the changing climate is negative. So this is why then the world every year sits to discuss how do we address this, because the net effect is negative. So if somebody says climate change is positives, don't argue. It's correct. But the net effect is negative. So this is why also when I talk about Ecohealth, we need to know what we need to do about that. These are some of these that are coming from the latest report 2022 that talk about the impacts, adaptation, and vulnerability. Increasing heat and drought, reduced crop yields. What does reduced crop yields have to do with Ecohealth? This is the question you should constantly ask yourself. Increased food prices. What does Ecohealth has to do with increasing food prices? This is about local effects, heat stress among farm workers, reduced productivity, reduced household incomes, potential global effects. So every time we are talking about these issues, the issue about climate change, we want to bring the issue, what is it to do with Ecohealth? I'll skip this slide because of time. Now, I'm just going to run down with you some of the work that we've done in Southern Africa around the increasing risk of flooding, tornadoes, cyclones in Southern Africa. So this actual practical work that we do with my team, we usually favor practical work. So we go to the field, we stay there in the communities, we visit these sites, then we come with a recommendation that inform policy from the ground, not based on laboratory research. So there's work that we did there from 2019. By the way, I heard a lot of people, this challenge with the human memory. You only at times, which is also a good part in terms of how human beings have been created by our God. Because if you had that long memory, it's going to be problematic. You'll be crying every day. So the human memory has forgotten that the floods in KZN were there in 2019. Actually, my team had to cancel all the flights. We were supposed to come here. That's when COVID hit. We were supposed to come here in 2020 to do our field work because there were floods in 2019. So the 2022 floods are new. So we are not talking a lot about that. And I think also the extent was a bit massive. There were also floods 2019 in Eastern Cape. So it was Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. So you see now, when you talk about the increasing frequency of the floods, these floods for this year are not going to be the last floods. I can assure you. And I'm not a prophet. You don't need to be a prophet. These are just things that are going to happen. So we are saying then we need then to prepare ourselves for such eventualities, from our chiefs to our politicians to the normal person on the street. They need to understand, how do we prepare that? After all, disaster risk reduction is best addressed at the household level. So we are saying also in terms of our eco-health and disasters, how do we prepare people at a household level to be better prepared for these disasters? I'll run through some of the things that maybe you might know and some you did not know. When we went to Zimbabwe in 2020, just before, 2019, because COVID then came in 2020. 2019 in October, we spent 4 weeks. We went Chimanimani. That was the epicenter of Cyclone Idai for those that have been following. So one of the questions that worried us as researchers was, how much rainfall was received? So when you go to the official records, they gave a warning. There's going to be a lot of rain, and you're going to receive between 50 and 150 millimeters of rainfall in the next 48 hours. They were using outdated equipment. Actually, they were using obsolete equipment. When we went to the field, we discovered that area received between 900, 1,200 millimeters of rainfall in 48 hours. So this is why the mountains gave in. So there were boulders that were moved. You know, when we're talking about boulders, we're talking about big rocks like this. They went in the flood. They were moved by the flood. And that amount of power cannot be 150 millimeters of rainfall. So the way we got to know about 900 to 1,200 milliliters is we went to citrus farmers. So, they are exporting to Europe. So they require an accurate record of rainfall. These guys have got 3 rain gauges in their farm to make sure that they measure correctly. Those are the guys that gave us the actual figures of the rainfall that they received. So you can imagine 1,200 millimeters of rainfall in 48 hours. Surely the mountains will give in. And of course, the mountains gave in. Not only the mountains, settlements were cleared. When you say settlements were cleared, settlements were cleared. So these are some of the issues that are coming. This is a record around how the cyclones are moving into Southern Africa. And of course, the Mozambican channel. Basically, Madagascar and Mozambique, they usually receive all the battering because very few cyclones will not pass through the Mozambican channel. So these are some of the challenges that we face. And of course, in South Africa, this is just the remnants of a cyclone. The major issues, they're happening there in Mozambique. And unfortunately, the geographical shape of the country has it that every cyclone has to hit it. So when it comes to vulnerability and cyclones, it's Mozambique on the continent, Madagascar, Reunion, and other countries that get affected there. And they're saying, what does that imply for eco-health? This is actually Zimbabwe. This was the Chimanimani district. This was the epicenter. There's also Chipinge that was affected. But I want you to show here, there's one area that was not popularized in terms of what was coming in the global images. The global images zeroed in at Copper, which is one area that all the settlements went. But there was an area, this is a farming area called Rathmore. This actually was what it was before the cyclone. Here, there was the second largest timber plant in Zimbabwe. That second largest timber plant disappeared with the tractors, with the lorries, with the people. So then you're saying, what does that imply to eco-health and even humanity? So there are these challenges that we are saying we need to deal with now in this generation. So this is actually what was popularized, copper. So this actually was a settlement. And what happens, I think for the chief needs to understand this. What happens, there's always a battle between traditional leadership and modern leadership. I don't know why they call it modern leadership and traditional, as if traditional leadership is not modern. So you discover people, the chiefs can give people land. They go and settle where it is not appropriate. They build as if nothing is going to happen. And traditionally, part of the idiom said, the water never forgets its course. I'm trying to put it in English. The water never what? Forgets its course. So you see there, over the years, the channels have been filled. But when the heavy rains of Idai came, the water followed its course. And unfortunately, these settlements, including modern settlements, were located at a confluence of 3 rivers, 3 major rivers. So when the waters of Idai came, the entire settlement went with its contents. And its contents here is not margarine, jam, or beans. It's people. So what happened there was a disaster of note. And this one thing where my next major project is looking at loss and damage. Because at a global level, there's always these clever arguments about how do you know this loss and damage is coming from climate change. This is actually what I call clever arguments. So now they said, if you don't have the evidence, how do we know? So with my team, we said, guys, we now need to pitch proper documentation of loss and damage. And we're going to come to KZN. Because those floods, to me, are part of what we're calling loss and damage. And people need to be compensated. Whether it's the global government or it's our government, people need to be compensated. So the argument now is, how do you know that that loss has been caused by climate change? So if you don't have the arguments, if it's not been published in the national journals, high impact journals, then you've got no argument. So I'm saying when you're going to be researching about eco-health and the challenges we face as Africans in terms of putting the evidence onto the global agenda, everybody has a responsibility. So with my team, we've said, guys, it might take us 5 years, it might take us 6 years to have our work in high impact journals, but we need to get our work there so that it can be cited. And that is exactly the agenda we've set for the last 10 years. And we've broken loose in terms of that. So we are saying here, when you're doing research for impact in the eco-health area, you need to know, where do I need to publish? We are not publishing for promotion, we are publishing for impact. So when you want to publish for promotion, it's going to end up in KZN. You can be a full professor there, it's fine. But a full professor of what? So I'm saying now, time has come also for us to say, let's research for impact. Let's research with targets to say, when I do this work, it has to do that. So part of our work now is going to be documenting loss and damage, because we want to document and publish it so that when the clever arguments come, we've got the evidence. So nobody's going to tell us, how do you know it is climate change? How do you know it is? No. Because if you don't have a document, the clever guys are going to corner us. Now, when I talk about clever guys, I'm going to talk about guys in the IPCC, guys in the UNFCCC. These are the two bodies that actually shape the direction of addressing climate change and disasters. So if we're going to move into health, we have shaped an agenda with my team. The first book published in the world on COVID-19 was from my table. The first book published on COVID. And we did not publish this book with HSRC or whatever. We have to go to global publishers. So we wrote that book with speed. That was intentional. We said, guys, if we are going to be cited, you have to be a mover. You can't be in this habit of citing so and so, some of them that are dead already. So we need to be actually there, moving. So the first book published on COVID was from our desk. And now all over, people just started to remember there's a South Africa, there are some professors at UNISA who have done this work, that work. some of the subsequent articles we published, they are ranked first in these international journals. You search an article that is the highest cited, it's from my desk. That is how things should work. Once you do that, you can move mountains through your work. You can assist society through your work. So this I'm saying, everybody listening online or looking at me now, that is the task we have as people from Africa. We need to actually have impact in terms of what we are doing. All these things, and these are mountains that, remember I said mountains gave in, those things happened. What has energy to do with Ecohealth? A cyclone hits, transformers went. So when transformers go, because there is an excessive flooding from a cyclone, heavy rains, then I say, what issues now do I have to relate in Ecohealth? You see what is happening in the communities. Disasters are going to come. Health-related, waterborne diseases are going to come. So this is now where you come and say, how does the issue of electricity and Ecohealth relate? So the idea there is, now we can research. So this is just evidence that this, actually we pitched 4 volumes on cyclones and floods and stuff. So there are volume 1, 2, and 3. Then there is a volume focusing on floods and tornadoes. And that is the work we did in 2019, 2020, published in 2021. Now, there was actually a hydropower plant here. It went. So we are saying the challenges we are facing are massive. So some of these things then, if you don't have to document, by the way, one of the reasons why I said to my team, we search things. We can't find things about cyclones in Southern Africa. We can't find things about Cyclone Eileen. Cyclone Eileen came 2000 for those that were alive by that time. There was Cyclone Fabio 2007. There was Dineo. I don't even know why they gave the name Dineo, 2016. Nice name, disastrous cyclone, Cyclone Dineo. Then the other cyclone that came, Kenneth, Idai, there are many, Chalane. I'm talking about the cyclones that we know that are recent, but there are others that we did not document. So I said, when we're searching on the net, we could not find anything. So it became our research agenda. We became very deliberate. Guys, we need to write everything to do about cyclones. That's why we picked 4 volumes. Now, these are 4 books with not less than 16 chapters each. And they're saying that's actually how you set your agenda when you're going to be want to do research that has got impact. Now you search anything about cyclones, we are going to cite us. And remember, as an academic, you must cite somebody. Ne? Yes. Now, increasing risk of floods. That graph is just simply saying the trend is growing, and yeah, it is sharp. Now, if you're going to be having this just one trend about global riverine floods. We are talking about the channels, Chief. So this is going to happen. You need to prepare your community. Remember, I told you, you don't need to be a prophet. So when you say this is going to happen, as you allocate land, where should they settle? The challenge you faced in Zimbabwe, the civil protection unit, the message they send on WhatsApp, if there's a cyclone or floods, run to the mountains. People ran to the mountains, they were swallowed by the mountains. So they are saying now, which message do you need to send to people now? Because the mountains are not an option. So these are some of the challenges you're going to meet. When we talk about disaster risk reduction, eco-health issues, how do we deal with this? Communities don't want to be moved. There were sad stories there in Idai. A guy went, guys, water is rising. They said, we know during Eileen, that is 2000, this water never passes this level. It has never happened. It shall not happen. The guys went to sleep. The guy came. Guys, the water is rising. They came out. No, it will never reach that tree. What happened? The guy came, guys, the water is rising. Then the water actually subsided. When the water subsided, the logs had blocked the bridge upstream. Now, when the water came, the bridge, the bridges were moved 1.5 kilometers, the entire bridge is gone. So when that happened, that's when the entire settlement went. So it was now a combination of water that was hanging and the issue of a people that don't want to get, waking up a black person in the evening. It's a challenge. I don't know about other races. Talking about the races, I know. People don't want to wake up. So some people died because they didn't want to wake up. Some people died because they were going back to fetch money. They were talking about 25,000 rand, 100,000 what, or $10,000 that they were keeping because that community was a rich community. They were involved in this trade. And of course, they start bringing issues about we saw mermaids before the flood. No, there are interesting stories there. We documented some of them around indigenous knowledge, traditional belief systems, and all that. Some they say we saw snakes. There were issues that were there. Of course, as academics, we documented for history and for records. You can write a chapter in one of the books that talk about religious beliefs and cyclones, and what you can read on your own. But the ultimate thing is lives were lost. And there were also other issues that I cannot go into now. Now, you're familiar with the KZN. I'm going to run through the story that you know. Dangerous floods that we have had in April. And it's unfortunate. My background, I started with town planning. So my first degree is town planning. So I see the manner in which the settlements are set, and I say, this is not the fault of the flood. That might sound unreasonable, but it's the fact. There is a fault of the flood, and there is times when the fault is not of the flood or the cyclone. When human beings sit on the channel of the cyclones, you can't blame the cyclone. When human beings sit on the channel of a flood, you can't blame the flood. What for? The flood is just doing its business. So the major challenge you're facing on the continent, South Africa, Zimbabwe, is we have politicians who see an open space and say, build. Mayor, I saw an open space there and there. Next year, we are going for conference. People must sit there. And they bulldoze everything, everything in the book, and you sit people there. It's a matter of time. So some of there are disasters in waiting. For those that know Zimbabwe, in Mavuku there, I think it's Zimbra Park, where there's a stream there. Their houses their houses that are almost over the river. It's a disaster waiting. You can't blame a disaster when it comes. So what I'm simply saying, apart from our research, we need to put our heads on the block to inform. Let's inform people. Things that are wrong are wrong. When I talk about development planning, it's important. So there are things like this. At times, you see when the river is cutting across, remember, I said the river does not forget its channel. So it means the whole settlement there is on the river. If not on the river, it's in the floodplain. And then when the disaster comes, things happen. Lives are lost. Infrastructure is lost. Livelihoods are lost. And some people, they will never recover. So I'm saying that as we're going to be researching, we also need to be advocates of the truth. You move there, these are floods in KZN, you know. Nothing was spared. These are all containers there, and of course the tankers that are swept in the flood. And you can imagine, there are things that might not be about Ecohealth, but about our health. If it was your tanker that was swept, you were just coming from a bank last week, you can collapse. There are people that have died because of floods, especially the farmers. They die because of droughts. Farmers die, commit suicide. You see your beasts dying. A farmer, you hear, they have committed suicide here because of extreme drought. They have got attachment to their beasts. They've got attachment to what they are doing. So when disasters hit, that can happen. This is an interesting one from Centurion. And of course, I always say, guys in Ecohealth are creating fires for us in Pretoria. And at times I say, guys, we are going to use boats to access some of your houses. And then people start laughing, which is true. This Centurion Hotel is there in one of the books. The flood came. You know, maybe you've heard those other South African of the helicopter airlifting guest from Centurion Hotel. This is the Centurion Hotel. So when that happened, I was talking with Ms. Jandera about ethics issues and of course our university are rigid. So I decided to just break every rule at UNISA. I went to my guys dealing with ethics. I said, guys, I need an ethics that's going to give me 5 years. It should be valid for 5 years because I don't know when the flood is coming. So, and it was a war, you know, a war in academics. That was a big war, but I won. I said, the flood cannot wait for an ethics application. When the flood is there, I need to be there. And of course, when the flood was there, I went to this hotel. We went inside. Of course, we had an ethics. I'm not saying violate. I'm not saying go and research without ethics. I was given that ethics for 5 years because I justified my existence. I said, the flood does not wait for ethics applications. The flood needs me to be there, research, publish. Otherwise, then I have to cite somebody else from KZN and the hotel is here in Gauteng. So these are some of the dynamics, of course, we have. But the cars were swept from the basement, from the parking lot, they went. And of course, the guests were airlifted. Then, as if that was not enough, COVID came. The hotel is shut until today. I went there 2 weeks back. They're now trying to build flood barriers as way of adaptation, which might lead to what we call maladaptation. Now, maladaptation is like we're trying to address a problem, Chief. Say you want to create a flood barrier to your society, maybe from tidal waves or whatever. Then that flood barrier then traps the water and floods the people that are protecting. We call that maladaptation. I'm explaining for the young ones. That's called maladaptation. So you're saying you have not adapted anything. So in Ecohealth, these are also some of the issues that are, what is the impact of maladaptation on Ecohealth? You can set your research on that area. I'm a lecturer, so I give you answers at times, especially in South Africa, because they want scope. Where I come from, we don't give scope. Scope. Where I come from, we don't give scope. And the lecturer will just tell you your scope is the entire syllabus, and life does not have a scope. So why should you give people scope? They must adjust. Right. This way, 2007, tidal waves, floods. I can remember saying the floods in KZN are not new. 2007, roads went, and you think this person slept in this house? Never. Maybe they've never come back. So this just disasters in the making. Tornadoes, this is another area that we're looking at. Malawi, Mpumalanga. What we are simply saying here is we are also witnessing an increasing risk of tornadoes. So tornadoes, those are the ones they call twisters in America. And I think in terms of Ecohealth, what has tornadoes to do with Ecohealth? We need to open up that particular area. Okay. I'm going to move quicker now so that we come to the conclusion. So there are other things that, remember I spoke about loss and damage. So when talking about loss and damage, there's what we call slow onset events and extreme events. So under slow onset, with this ocean acidification, we've got droughts at times, we've got sea level rise. Those are under slow onset. Biodiversity loss. What has biodiversity loss to do with Ecohealth? That is what you need to tell us. Then we've got extreme events. The extreme events are these floods, tornadoes, cyclones. These are extreme events. So here I'm just talking about other. This is one of the papers we've done. Oh, by the way, my team, we're just saying we need to publish. It's Elsewhere, Taylor and Francis, Emeralds, and Sage. If it's not Elsewhere, Taylor and Francis, Sage, Emeralds, and this, you rather not publish. And that is a tough call. Because I think that's where, if you want to influence the world, you have to go where the world finds their issues. It might take time, but that's where we target. So most of this work, our work, start where our books we do it with mainly now we're doing with Springer. So this is Cape Town. When I talk about loss and damage, this is actually what we can call loss and damage. These railway lines have been abandoned completely. Why? The sea level is advancing. So when we talk about loss of damage, these are things that we say we need to document. Day zero, I think we heard about day zero. Day zero means day zero. They were talking about water then. But there are also other admin issues that we address in one of our publications. But I say, when it comes to this, that a human being must survive on 50 liters a day, things are tight. We are very close to day zero, I think, in Kabeka. It was Port Elizabeth earlier on. They just changed the name recently. Hailstorm like hell everywhere in South Africa. And the issue is like the return rate is increasing. 2014, next 2013, 2012, 2010. So we've got the experience of this hailstorm like hell in Gauteng and everywhere. And I say, what has these things to do with Ecohealth? You need to get into that space. Right, this is almost my last section there. Industry 4.0, I'm going to run through this. The reason why I talk about Industry 4.0, I'm saying, we can't then talk about Ecohealth in this generation without talking about big data. Now, there's nothing like small data. I had one of my professors, I almost collapsed. No, but and you know, I talk about big data, then talk about small data. No, we don't have things like small data. It's just big data. Big data is simple. There's data that is not in the mainstream. So the data that was not in the mainstream, you can add, for example, say malaria incidents that could be recorded at a local clinic or provincial hospital that is not filtered to national level. Use of, right now, I think use of social media, GIS remote sensing data, things like levels of poverty from indigenous registers in municipalities if you're in South Africa. All that becomes part of big data. So the challenge with big data is it has not been brought into the national accounting systems or statistical systems. And we need to bring it because it helps us. Where do you get accurate poverty or borrowing data? It's on the credit card records. So maybe MasterCard and the Visa, here's the data we need. So when we tap into that data, that big data, we can have actually a correct reflection of how we are spending money in South Africa, especially on Black Friday or White Friday, whatever comes first. Now, Industry 4.0 talks about, you can sum it up by, we have mobile devices, we have cloud computing, Internet of Things, IoT for the young ones, Internet of Things platforms, location detecting technologies. Hey, this is interesting. I don't know, this funny Toyota I'm driving now, it's hired. It sends something on my phone. You are doing 89 kilometers in a 60 kilometer zone. If you continue doing this, you caught also. So this is you see this Industry 4.0 is complicated. Now my phone is talking to me. I don't want to talk to my phone. I'm supposed to be driving and going wherever I'm going. And now the message comes. We have seen that you are driving it. There are a lot of people maybe that have been caught. It's only that I'm honest. Okay. So that's Industry 4.0 for you. Things like advanced human-machine interface, things like 3D printing, smart sensors, big data analysis, augmented reality, all these things, they are part of the Industry 4.0, which also brings big data in. So I'm saying that, where does Ecohealth come in? How then do you use, so we're talking about Internet of Data, Internet of Things, Internet of People, Internet of Services, is around drones, not about the war in Iran and Iraq, not Iran, Ukraine and Russia. We are talking about using drones for gain in Ecohealth. How do we use that technology? So Industry 4.0 is now bringing this additional lens. It's about app development. How can we help our in-courses there? Develop an app for in-courses. Just help them to govern or share ideas on that platform. It could be ideas of dealing with cases, ideas of dealing with their community, all those things. We are saying then we are in another generation. I'm always saying to my kids, if you can't develop an app, you are not going to be fit for purpose. So what I'm telling them is like, whether you're going to be a doctor, There's one who's crazy about being a medical doctor. She's 10 years, she's in grade 10. So I said, I'm introducing what I call medical IT. So that's the terminology I've invented for her. Because I said, you can be a doctor, but if you are not competent in IT and all these things, you remember you're going to be running your words or say it's going to be on and up. So this is why Industry 4.0 comes in when I talk about, let's put it all together for Ecohealth. Now, the issues that come here, so in our books, we talk about what we call building back better. There's now also issues around building forward better. So I'm saying, as we talk about Ecohealth, people have been destroyed by disasters. The issue of building back better comes. We call it the B4 model. So the B4 model is saying, you can't just talk about building back better. This is what was popularized in the Sendai framework. You can do the Sendai framework on your own. But we are saying you need to go further. So you need to build better now. And if the disaster by any chance comes, we can build back better. So other people are saying, let's build forward better, saying we know disasters are coming, so we need to build back. So these are houses that were built in Port St. John's from the 2019 floods. So the house was destroyed by Cyclone Idai in Chimanimani. They are building back better. Their houses were destroyed by the floods in Port St. John's. They are building back better. So there are also other issues that come. Irrigation schemes were destroyed in Chimanimani. So this in Chimanimani, they don't have wells and bores, especially in the east part. Water flows from the mountain natural. The problem that they just have is like at times when there is a E. coli from monkeys and baboons that might play on some of those things. But the water flows, then they trap it in the mountains, they irrigate. So discover all those irrigation schemes were destroyed. Then you say, what is Ecohealth to do with disasters and agriculture? Now, when they were building, then they were trying to build them back better. Some of the issues there, waterborne diseases, you can read on your own. This slide I'm going to skip, but it's just talking about schistocycle and how it can be affected by increasing temperatures, flooding and droughts, heat waves, and all that kind of stuff. The spread or projected spread of malaria over the years across the continent. These things we need to know. So this is what I was talking about. Also modeling, big data, Internet of Things. We need to be talking about that. That's again spread of malaria over the years and scenarios. This was the last interesting slide that was the slide that was interesting for me, published in 2020. They were now trying to link coronavirus to the movement of bats. So they're saying they've been climate change forcing bats to migrate, and they're trying now to link to say the areas where coronavirus, not this one, not the COVID one, but generally where the coronavirus are being detected. This also associated with a lot of bat species. So then that could be one of the reasons why. To conclude there, we need to understand that climate change is already affecting vector-borne disease transmission and also spread, and its impacts are likely to worsen. I'm not raising an alarm. I'm just raising a reality. Hence, in the context, we must intensify efforts to prevent and to control vector-borne diseases. We need to continue with research and development, R&D, to better understand the likely spread of disease patterns with climate change. And there is a need to establish integrated surveillance response systems in areas at risk. Now, this is where a lot of Industry 4.0 comes in. You know, we're used to paper-based systems. And I'm saying we can actually easily do it now in 4IR with information that we have. Like I was talking about apps, we can develop an app around this. Increased disease surveillance and control strategies, medical treatment, environmental interventions, and endemic regions, we can do that. There's a lot of movement around malaria from where it is resident, endemic, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, moving towards Gauteng and all that kind of stuff. I think last year or this year, there were publications around having malaria in Nairobi, which was not an issue before. So we are seeing now vector-borne diseases and other diseases migrating to areas where they were not. But there are also zoonotic diseases that we can talk about, that we are seeing also migrating to new areas that were not there before. So really what I'm simply saying in terms of this public lecture is we need to keep our eyes open as academics and professionals. Once we do that, then we always need to also do cutting-edge research. We can continue doing research in the areas that are viable, which are old areas and viable. We can do that. But there's been a lot of research that has been created, especially from the SDGs, COVID-19, floods, climate change. And we're saying we need new brains to give us solutions. So ultimately, we would need solutions from the Ecohealth space. We need solutions from other professions. But eventually, we need to live with these changing environments. We need to live with this changing climate. And above all, I wish everybody is going to give us work in the loss and damage space. Because as a continent, we've been affected seriously in terms of loss and damage. And we can't put that agenda on the table because we don't have evidence. I will stop here. And by the way, in a keynote address, there are no questions. But if they want to ask, I can attend to that. You say stay there. A keynote address does not have questions.
Thank you, Prof. Colleagues, you'll understand why I went hunting for this gentleman to give a keynote presentation. We needed a keynote presentation to be given by an African scientist. And you can tell from his presentation that he matches anyone in the world. So congratulations, Prof, for such a wonderful presentation. We need more people like you. We don't need you to be cloned. We need you to mentor people that will be different people from yourselves, but as good as yourself. We will not let you go before we ask you questions, but the good thing is when you spoke, you made life so easy for me moderating this session, because you clearly made it a point that there are only 5 points that you wanted to drive home. And I want to remind ourselves of these 5 points, that the harsh realities are that the disasters will continue to increase. That disaster reduction, including climate change, is inseparable or has inseparable linkages with our SDGs. I liked the idea, which I've always cherished, that the easiest way of remembering the SDGs is to know that anything you can think of constitutes an SDG. And you could tell as you were speaking how easy it is to actually comprehend what the SDGs are. And I entirely agree that the SDGs were more thought than the Millennium Development Goals. The point of vector-borne diseases, which he rushed at the end, but the point was made very clear that we know that the situation is being exacerbated. We have a project that we are currently having in 10 partner institutions across the world that we call Prepare for VBD. So in that, we are looking at climate change and how it's going to impact on vector-borne diseases. And that takes us to the other point that he raised, that we need to ask difficult questions, but at the same time, come up with easy solutions. I like that. And the moment I heard it, I tweeted it, because this is exactly what we need. The issue of disasters being here to stay was very clear. So this is the wonderful message that we got from our colleague here. And we will, use the next few minutes. We still have some 10 minutes or so to pose questions. And I think we'll take 5 questions at a time. And let me use my prerogative to ask the first 2. Then I'll keep quiet. I hope we do have a mic that can move around for people to actually ask their questions so that our colleagues on the virtual platform can follow. I also want somebody to keep monitoring any questions that might come from the virtual participants. You know, in a meeting like this, we always want to give preference to people who are on the virtual platform so that they are part of this conference. I can see we have currently some 20 people that are there. Is question number one. We will try to pose them and then ask you to respond to them later. Can you comment on the challenges of publishing Ecohealth work? So Ecohealth, by its nature, is not a single discipline. And the only journal that we currently know was the Ecohealth journal, which tried to take those and publish special information. And we do know that in Ecohealth, that does not make you a less valuable medical doctor or a weaker engineer. Your strength must still remain. But where do we publish the work? The second one, I'm an advocate of high impact journals. And at UKZN, we started off, using the quartile system. So we will say, Q1, when we publish in there, we celebrate with my team, and Q2, we celebrate. Q3 and 4, we say, okay, no, that's good for starting when it's your first chapter as a PhD, but you must climb to Q1. But my question is, Q1 in the high impact journals, yes, you do have an influence on global initiatives, but that can work against localization, because we are also thinking of how we translate our research into policy and what's accessible to our own people. So I also want you to comment on those aspects, because this might, you might lose sight of this. I'll ask you to comment on this, and I'll take my note book so that I can write the other questions from the other colleagues.
Thank you, Professor. Right. I was happy you clapped me at last, because you need to clap when a person is spoken. So, yeah, it's a challenge if you're saying there's no maybe a dedicated journal for Ecohealth, which is a challenge to the profession. So if you've got a grouping globally, like what you've introduced to us this morning, it means then you may have to have a vehicle that want to present your ideas. But the challenge we face, an idea that is emerging must be distinctive from other ideas that are on the ground. So if there are journals that may not really have a title Ecohealth journal, and they are taking information that you want to publish, you might as well go to those channels because they are already established. But then that does not prevent you from maybe having that innovation to have an Ecohealth journal that maybe you can set at a global level, and then it can be done. There's a reason why I'm emphasizing global level. The work we do in disaster risk reduction requires that you be heard at a global level. The national level you can address. So how did I address COVID at a national level? I had a direct line with Dr. Tau. Dr. Tau actually was our National Disaster Management Center manager in Pretoria. I also had a line with guys in Zimbabwe in the civil protection unit. So information we got as academics, I would WhatsApp, the beauty of WhatsApp. I would WhatsApp, I would pick your phone and feed direct. So there's an issue. I'm also trying to address the other one that we're talking about. There's a direct feed. You as an academic, you need to remember, I said I'm an advocate of open access. So the information I have, I must share. So I was sharing that information as the COVID was, the cases were rising. I would say, this is what is happening in Rwanda, Dr. Tau. This is what is happening in such and such. These are the protocols coming in Canada. We might need actually to learn lessons from this. These are the graphs that we have in terms of how the COVID cases are progressing. So like you don't write a paper when you're dealing with a government official. You give a government official one slide that he needs to get to talk to maybe Dr. Nkosazana Zuma, and the information gets into the system. So it's also important then for us to know who is in power, how can I interface with those people in power. In my university, I do a lot of work around renewable energy, climate change, carbon accounting, whatever. What is that I've done? I would write to my managers, and I'm not afraid of writing to managers, by the way. I can write to I was quite in good books, the Makanya, Prof. Makanya, and other VPs. So I could take a phone, Prof. Makanya, this is what is happening globally in terms of universities, and we need now to join. I copy every VP there. This is the time for us to join the Times higher education ranking. So of course, when you see it outside there, you don't know who was initiating. But actually, it was from my table that I said, guys, this is the time for you to join. This is exactly what's going to be happening when you join. So apart from my research, I'll leave my research there. Then I package it in a way that it can be digestible. Remember, I said, you ask difficult questions and provide what? Simple solutions. So how do I provide a simple solutions? It's an email or a 2-page policy document to university management, say, this is what to be done, A, B, C, D. We are now in the era of renewable energy. We want to put some of our buildings in renewable energy. You need to audit, we need to do this, we need to do this. Then I write a policy for UNISA on energy and carbon management. So I take it upon myself. I leave my research staff, I come, I write a policy for the university. I push it through council, it's approved. So there are times then when you need to be very, you need to be, my chief calls about, he was talking a lot about wisdom. You can have knowledge, but you may not have wisdom. So wisdom is how you place the knowledge and finds its way in there. So I've got knowledge about energy and carbon management in universities. I've published about that. What is happening is like UNISA does not even have a single solar panel. So how do I make sure that we now have those things? Then I write in a language they understand. I write a policy on behalf of the university. I'm not even paid. If I were to charge them, they will not even be able to pay me. So there are some of the issues then that you need to do. So up to now, UNISA has got an energy and carbon management policy that I wrote for no cent. But I'm happy because I see the buildings are getting on solar, what we have put them in that policy. So the same issue, like I'm saying, that does not then stop you from publishing. When I say at an international level, we're now talking the language of international level. At a policy level, where I want to talk to Department of Environmental Affairs or Dr. DRL. Dr. DRL is rural development and what is the ministry with a long name in South Africa. Then you go down to the level that particular policy person can interface with your knowledge. So we still say, let's try by all means to publish in high impact journals, number one. That is the first trophy. Number two, I say, we also know that we've got emerging researchers. I'm not publishing for promotion. So like there's time when you publish for promotion, it's fair and fine. After being promoted, you're a full professor, so what? You now need to publish for impact. You need to change the world. Like I was saying, you get some of our articles there, is the best article in the world in that particular journal. So then that's what we need to do. So anybody who's going to talk about maybe COVID-19 and the aviation industry, is one of the articles we wrote there. You go to that journal, it's Elsevier, that's the article that have been cited most in the last 3 years, and that article was published last year. So you need now then to see, now we're now publishing for impact. So anybody who's going to read in the world, they know, okay, there are guys, there are black guys for that matter, who are sitting there, who have published this article. So we're saying that let's then do a balanced view. There are other professors that want to be resident in this quick, and to make matters worse in South Africa, there are financial incentives in other universities for you to publish. So you might then want to go the easier route, you publish, you go your financial incentives, then so what? That is for you and your wife and your children if you have got some. We want to influence the world in terms of what is going to happen. So I'm challenging everybody. The senior professor, the full professor, there's no need for us then to publish for money. There's every right for us to publish for humanity. You need to change the manner in which people think. Ecohealth Journal, you might, if there is a need, you might want to resuscitate, revamp, but if there are journals that actually have got an equal uptake in terms of Ecohealth articles, just channel them there. There's no harm in doing that.
Do you have any questions from the house? There's one over there.
Thank you, Prof, for your presentation. I'm Sia Dlamini from UKZN, Public Health Medicine and Cancer Information and Infectious Diseases Epidemiology Research Unit. My question is regarding the school of thought that says, yes, climate has been changing, and we go in cycles in terms of climate change, and some even question the issue of the human element that is involved, and how do you tackle those issues in terms of saying, hey, you know, there is a human element to climate change, but also there are these natural cycles that happen throughout the history of the world. Thank you.
Another question?
Good morning, everyone. I respect the professors, Professor Chimbari and Professor Ndam. I think I met him a long time ago. He was still young, Ndam was still young, but he was already a full professor. I was shocked. So now today, he just confirmed that he's a real professor. What he said today, I was impressed. And I think most people who live in the virtual delegates were impressed with what he said. I'm the executive director of KADESA. KADESA is a sub-regional organization of SADC. Our mandate, we're formed by member states. Our mandate is to coordinate agricultural research and development in the region. That is the 16 SADC member states. So when I look at Ecohealth, I think KADESA needs Ecohealth. We need to do research and development, but we also have to be mindful of Ecohealth issues. So now I want a link. How does KADESA get involved in Ecohealth so that the member states can see that we're also evolving with time? We're formed in 2010 and then launched in 2011. But I'm not sure if we've gotten into Ecohealth yet. But the way Ecohealth has come up on the continent and globally, I think KADESA cannot do it at Ecohealth. Thank you.
Let's see if there's another one. Do we have another one? Yes, there's one there. Mr. Mdu.
Sanbonani. Siapi. My name is Mdu Biela. My question, Prof, is around, you touched on Operation Pakisa, and you spoke to the issue of coastal towns, etc., but specifically around gas exploration issues that are actually taking place in South Africa. And you touched on the Northern Cape part, where currently there's a lockhead where community NGO that are responsible for eco-health and environment, they are saying, no, you cannot come and explore the issue of gas and exploration from around the coastal town and using the sea, etc. So now you have these issues that are competing, priority that are competing. On the government side, they're saying we want to utilize, you do a gas exploration for the benefit of community, but also while at the same time neglecting the issue of environment impact when you bring this element. So how do you, if you were here to advise on these issues that are affecting directly environment part of it, and also obviously what we have seen through the flood and what have happened, and you taking into consideration the issues as a preventative measures to be able to make sure that we don't find ourselves in such bad situations where we actually forget to take into consideration the issue of the environment. So if you will have to advise on that, thank you.
Thank you. Let's allow him to answer these questions. There's you got them. Okay, good.
Right. It's quite an interesting take. I'm going to start maybe going upwards. So, no, there are things that I say nice to have, you know. At a house, if you grow up in the rural areas, you know that bread really in other countries are nice to have. because you can do without bread. You can do it your pap in the morning, pap in the afternoon, pap in the evening, and you'll be fitter than those that eat bread. So the challenge we are facing is like some arguments are nice to have. This is quite a thorny issue politically as well. So why I say a nice to have is the manner in which developed countries, I've tagged developed countries, work is national interest first, then global interest second, and maybe other interests. So unfortunately, because of power dynamics, and we are from the global south, there are issues that when we want to put national interests first, they are looked at as problematic. Now, I'm not trying to remove Ecohealth in all these issues. What I'm simply saying is there are strategic projects that countries need to what we call have cost-benefit analysis and trade-offs. So a trade-off is, I am saying, if a community is given shell, gas, okay, the first port of call is the way such projects have been set, that community might not even benefit. So the other, what I call underlying currencies, that makes community be hesitant. So the first really before Ecohealth, so you can't bring Ecohealth to a person who says, I know when these vouchers come, I'm not going to get anything. In Zimbabwe right now, we are busy battling with the power lines that cut across the Tonga people that were removed from the Zambezi Valley. They can't even go to fish in Kariba Dam. They can't even get the electricity that is going to Harare or going to Bulawayo or whatever. So already there is an undercurrent to a level that we relaunched Operation Noah. Operation Noah was when the boats came from all over the world to save the animals when the Kariba Dam was being filled, leaving people drowning. So right now we're talking about Operation Noah relaunch to make sure that we have to address the local communities. So apart from Ecohealth, you are taking it to a higher level. The first layer is to say, are the communities going to benefit from this project? I'm sure the chief is understanding this. So if the community is not going to benefit from that project, the community is going to come with all sorts of issues, including some that can come as environmentalists to say, we are not advocating for this. So what I'm simply saying is, under such circumstances, the government needs to do a cost-benefit analysis, including the impact of ecosystems and how Ecohealth can come into that particular space. So I can't say yes or no to say the project is correct or the project is wrong, but I'm saying we need to analyze critically the circumstances surrounding the no. You know, this is where the challenge is happening. We've got our minerals minister saying, it's not time to move away from coal. We have got a nice to have guys saying, it's time to move away from coal. Let's go to the World Bank. And I say, no, we can't go to the World Bank to have a just transition. Once you get the World Bank inside, it's no longer just. Now, remember, I'm an academic, I'm not a government employee. So as an academic, once you bring the World Bank, it can't be just. World Bank and just transition can't meet. Are we together then? You can go on Kilimanjaro to say it's just transition. I will never be convinced as long as that just transition has brought a bank. Because the business of banking is banking. Are you with me there? Yes. So I'm trying now to address some of the underlying things. So I'm okay with the just transition, coal drawdown. I'm okay with that. But the wisdom of going to a World Bank might not be wisdom, because the business of banking is making money. Friedman says the business of business is what? Is business. So then we can't move to a just transition with a bank inside. It's like bringing a hyena and say it's a just transition. And you have got a sheep there and the hyena is there and you say just a transition. I never. So that's one issue. So I'm saying I can't say yes or no. What I can only say is we really need to have a holistic picture. How about eco-health? What about health impacts? How about environmental impacts? What about social impact? What then weighs better? This is why people in Zambia, there are Zambians here, during 1992 drought, and the president then was Chiluba. There was GMO maize that was coming from South Africa. This is interesting, there are South Africans here. So there was GMO. GMO is genetically modified organisms, but it was genetically modified maize. So genetically modified maize, even the way we transport it, in Zimbabwe, we banned it. So we said, not in here. It has to be milled there at the port because we wanted to protect our seed. So the maize went to Zambia. Then Zambia says, the president says, we can't eat this GMO maize. Let us send it to the laboratory. He's addressing people in a rally. Then people were showing him empty sacks of that GMO maize. It was already in the stomach by the time he's saying, we can't eat this GMO maize. So there are issues now that come to say, remember, I was talking about the cost benefits. The Zambians, do you know that thing? She's saying yes. No, yeah, I don't talk fiction, by the way. It's always fact. So I'm saying when people see a challenge, they address it the way they see it. So we're going to have people in that community that have seen the challenge. So the challenge might not be shale gas. The challenge might be, are we going to have access to this resource? And right now, maybe we've got solar, Northern Cape as our solar hub in South Africa. The question that comes is, now here's the difficult question that I raise. Are the communities benefiting with the solar park? If not, there are going to be challenges of that. So it could be issues about benefits, but let's do an analysis in terms of cost benefit analysis, eco-health involved, environmental impact involved, and everything. About your organization, he says he met me sometime when I was young. I'm still young. That one is clear because agriculture has a lot to do with eco-health. So we remember talking about heat stress. And actually, there was one slide I showed there that was talking about how the farmers are going to be affected by heat stress. It's not only about farmers. What about actually the quality of the product? So I'm saying the extreme events, especially droughts, it can affect the quality of the product. We have got Northern Cape grape farmers there that are migrating to citrus because the quality of the grape, wine grape, is being impacted by extreme heat. So we have got that issue around movement of farmers. We call them changing. Actually, it's a switch. So farmers are busy switching now from wine grape farming to citrus. So you come the following morning, you discover the entire vineyard is gone. There are now lemon trees dancing in there because of either climate change or even other economic issues. So there is actually a direct link. If you're talking about diseases, if the farm workers are going to be impacted by diseases, then I say, what is the cost of lost productivity days? If a farm worker is not going to be in the farm for 1 week, and maybe it's harvest time, you are maybe harvesting citrus, then it becomes a problem. The last one was saying the human factor in climate change. Correct. So remember my first slide was saying, I like the second definition because the second definition puts us at the center of the problem. So under natural circumstances, the environment is able to regulate itself. It will never die. The environment will not kill itself because at creation, the environment was in balance. So when I'm talking about the environment being in balance that's why there are lions and there are zebras. You can't have a situation where you've got lions only. So we are saying under natural circumstances, the environment is not harmful to itself. Actually, the environment is net zero emissions. So whatever it emits, it's able to take it. Remember, there are trees. Trees that die, they emit, whatever that die, they emit carbon dioxide. But the trees has got the business of eating up the carbon dioxide. I'm not talking about photosynthesis. So photosynthesis is a great thing in climate change. That's why now we have the Congo Basin, all people flying all over to protect the Congo Basin, which is not theirs, so that the trees can do their business of eating carbon dioxide. Are we together then? So under normal environment, The climate will change, but it's not going to change in a hazardous way where it throws tantrums. I call this one tantrums, floods, droughts, tornadoes. These are tantrums. So the climate is throwing tantrums to us who have caused it. So definitely there is no harm under the, so the issue around maybe it's going to come back to its senses. I don't buy that one. It is taking too long to come back to its senses. We are perishing.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, Dr. Dlamini, you met us when we were younger. And you remember Prof. Mshali sitting in front was there in Joburg, and he was there and I was there. We were trying to bid for the Ecohealth chair for the region. I wish they'd given us that. We would be somewhere very far now. Just to add to what you said, Ecohealth International actually does have provision for institutional membership. And we can talk about that because really, I think you can influence things much more when you are inside. So we appreciate your volunteering to come in as an institution. And as he has said, it's definitely a relevant field that you are working in. Do we have the last round of questions before I can send ourselves for tea? Online, there were no questions earlier on. I'm still not seeing anything there. Yes, we have got a question there.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. I'm also from Asideru, Cancer Information Disease Epidemiology Research Unit. Yes, I said that correctly. Okay, so my question is on, I heard you mentioned, I mean, regarding your work, especially the ones that you do in communities, on what level do you include the indigenous, local indigenous knowledge? Is it only, and what impact do they have thereof? Or are you just purely scientific? Or do they have an impact since, I mean, it's mostly the locals that are affected in what you mentioned in your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, do we have another question before we ask him to respond in this last round? Yes, go ahead, Tinashe.
My name is Tinashe. I'm a postdoc with Prof. Chimbari. So my question, Prof, is, and it went through your talk. How do we even get to ask difficult questions when the easy ones are difficult to ask?
I don't know. Let's start with this other one for how do I ask difficult questions when the easy ones I can't ask. That one is a defect of your professors. Because your professors should have taught you to ask simple questions first. Because now when we can't ask difficult questions if you can't ask simple questions. But what I'm simply saying is you need to do relevant research. So the simple answers, I'm talking about the simple solutions, which is almost close to what he's talking about indigenous knowledge. I'm saying when you're doing research, Tinashe, your research should just not end up in the laboratory. You see people that have, and the other issue, now this is what I teach my children. I said, if you want to be rich, you must provide a global solution. So it's of no benefit to do a solution for Pretoria. So why I'm saying that is the solutions we want, I'm not downplaying the local solutions. It's important. But I'm saying if we are going to change the world like Bill Gates or like Elon Musk, what do you need to do? You need to have a global solution. Who does not want an electric car? Nobody. So the solution has been provided. It's a global solution. Who does not need Microsoft? It's a global solution. So, but then when we start asking those solutions, questions that are complex to address complex global challenges in a simplified manner, then you're providing a solution. We have had floods in KZN. The houses have gone. It's a local challenge. And they're saying, how do we replace those houses in the next 24 hours? Then some guy has provided a global solution. We are going to print the houses, 3D printing. Are you together there? So the house has been destroyed. The people need to be relocated in the following day. We don't want them to go and reside at the chief's place forever. Then we can bring our 3D machine and print the houses. I did not show that graph. So actually houses can be printed. You can print a 4-bedroom house in 24 hours, 4-roomed house in 24 hours through 3D printing. So this now I'm saying, when the challenge is about extreme weather, houses have gone. Now we need what? We need the solutions. We might have another challenge. There's a flood, there is everything. All the granaries have gone. The fields have been swept away. Now we need a solution. Can you have somebody who can reclaim that land in a shortest period of time? Now, these are the difficult questions that provide a simple solution of reclaiming that land. So you don't want to reclaim that land after 20 years. What is going to happen with these people that have been displaced? This is another issue around loss and damage. You call it migration and displacement. So we need to look into that particular area and then address that with the solutions that we have. Who has with the money? Virtual banks, Bitcoin. So it seems much of these things that are big solutions, much of them are even virtual. So you need also to play into that virtual space. Uber does not even own one car. Bolt. Have you ever seen Mr. Bolt owning cars? All these things. So he presented a solution, or maybe what we call Airbnb. Mr. Airbnb or Mrs. don't even own one Airbnb. So these are global, these are local solutions of a global nature. So I'm saying if we can have those kind of solutions, then we're going to be able to move quicker. I don't understand how that the entire continent cannot manufacture one car or even half a cell phone. Yet these guys driving the energies behind some of these inventions in Europe, wherever, they are guys from Africa. So the brains we have, but we can't package it in a manner that provides global solutions. So this is where I'm saying, as we are going to address this is around the eco-health, climate change, disaster risk reduction, SDGs, let's now try to bring up our own solutions. I'm trying to push our guys, say, guys, let's bring a practical solution. In terms of indigenous knowledge, okay, for the young ones, we have got indigenous knowledge, then we've got local knowledge. Local knowledge is like this. You know, when you're driving from Omono Hotel, you know that you can't have a right turn. That's the local knowledge. So when I'm driving in Pretoria, I know exactly when I'm supposed to be changing the line because there is a portal, there's a drum hole somewhere there. So those things have grown to drum holes. They are no longer potholes. So I know there's a drum hole that I need to pass through. So I change the lane. That's local knowledge. Indigenous knowledge, it's something that maybe your mom will pass through you. And at times, in many cases, it's not documented, which is a problem. My grandfather treated nose bleeding permanently. So you just got some leaves, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you put you into, whether it's a sack or a blanket, you breathe, you are okay. All my 3 children has got problems in nose bleeding. I've got zero knowledge. So that's indigenous knowledge. So there's a lot of issues around indigenous knowledge that you bring in eco-health, in disaster management. I'll give you some quick rundown of some of that things that I say we cannot leave it out. In Zim, there's some of these things now I can't put them in English. Remember, it's indigenous knowledge. At times, indigenous knowledge is not transferable to English. So that is not my fault. So there's this creature we call Nyenze. It makes a lot of noise. When it makes a lot of noise, it's signaling in the next 2 weeks, there are going to be rains. Prepare your yolks, what. We call it Nyenze. Okay? I don't know what you Englishized guys call it, but it's called the Nyenze. It makes a lot of noise. It's dark, it's black. It's black. When it rains, then you see them all over in crossing the road. Well, I don't know whatever I call them, but it's there, called Nyenze. Then from Nyenze, in most countries, birds, there are birds. There's one blue bird. When it nests right down in the valley, it's a drought. It's guaranteed. Now I'm talking about indigenous knowledge now. When it nests high, there's going to be rains, floods. You need to know. Wind, when it blows in a certain pattern. They know. Guys, there's going to be a serious drought this year. Then now the problem is, like, some of these things, indigenous knowledge, you can't put it in English. There's some trees that will call muhacha. You can put it in your botanical name. I did not study those things. They are not important. What is important is no muhacha. There's muhacha. When it flowers a lot, it's going to be a drought because it's preparing for you to have food. So God has made these things. Okay, I'm a Christian. God has made these things in a way that you can know. Mujanje. Remember, I'm not going to put these botanical names. You find them in the dictionary. Mujanje is like, we go to a mountain, there's a lot of these trees with broad leaves. So when there's a lot of majanje, you know it's danger. It's a drought. So nature prepares you for alternative food. So all these things but you can't tell those things, because if you do not stay in a rural area like myself, you won't even know that there is a mujanje. So, but there's a lot of indigenous system that, so, like, remember, if there are going to be floods, people then know there's going to be floods. They prepare their communities, there are going to be floods. I don't know, in course, if you've got such information here, it might help us in terms of what you do in KZN. So there's a lot of knowledge that we use to manage disasters. Indigenous knowledge we used to manage this. In the books, we actually wrote around how the cyclone impacted indigenous medicines, because there was a pharmacist there, these guys who do indigenous knowledge systems. So there was also a chapter around how indigenous plants were affected by COVID. The last one that is interesting, there was a type of a snake. It's called Ndara. You know Ndara, Chimbari? That is if you've seen it. You see, that snake, it's not seen. When you see it, there's going to be death. This indigenous knowledge, it's called Ndara. So there's a lot of, unfortunately, I'm putting these things in my local language, because remember, indigenous is local. I can't translate it into English, but at least you know there's a snake that when you see somebody's going to die, and that would happen. It will come, peep in a bucket of water or what, and just moves. And to accompany it, they say don't kill it. So these are tricky things that people have observed over time. Don't kill it. Or if there's a bed that can call you where the snakes are. There's a bed that can call you where there is honey. It's the same bed, but it hums differently. So when it hums this way, the dogs start barking. It means you should not go there. Now, if you don't know indigenous knowledge system, you are going to go there rushing, and you are going to find a cobra there. But it hums this way, there is honey. You go there, there is honey. So there's a lot of work that actually comes in terms of nature and how nature networks to it. I think we agreed that we are going to stop here. The first rule was we broke the rule of a keynote speech.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him. Yes, I'm very much tempted to just comment on the issue of the simple solutions. So, you know, Zimbabwe has transitioned into a different education system that we call Education 5.0, which is now emphasizing on the issue of innovation and industrialization. It means any postgraduate student, any undergraduate student is supposed to come up with a product. So when you are asking your questions, they are actually guided by National Development Strategy 1 or Strategy 2 when it comes. And there are 16 research areas or areas of need that have been set. And you're supposed to actually find solutions. And this was one of the benefits of COVID. it came at a time when each man was for himself. And so the West was busy trying to prepare itself because COVID was attacking everyone. We had to come up with our own solutions. Zimbabwe started producing its own oxygen because it couldn't get it anywhere else. The issue of sanitizers, universities were called upon to have those challenges. So these are the things that we should be looking at. As I said, local solutions are very key. There's no point in failing to localize global solutions. So thank you very much. I know we have seriously overrun our time, but it was very important for us to interrogate this presentation. In the olden days, yes, keynote presenters were never asked questions and they got away with murder. This is why for many years, some colleagues in WHO misled us in my field for 10 years because they could just talk and go away. Now we challenge them so that we avoid that situation where the world is taken in a wrong direction for 10 years. And then when there's a new person, you make a U-turn. Colleagues, particularly those that are on the virtual platform, we're going to have to do a negotiated thing here. I know we didn't take a health break, so let us say, and this is going to shift our program seriously. I still need to give you some 30 minutes for your tea break. We are a small group inside here. If we realize that you need to come back, we'll bring you back. But about past, we should come back and we will be going into breakaway rooms. There are only 2 rooms, so we'll see how we can manage our time. And I will negotiate with Nokwanda and team who are managing the Zoom link such that people may actually also choose to go where they want to go on Zoom link as well and be part of the discussion they want. So I'm looking into the room. I'm not seeing any of my team members here. They are busy outside. So tea is just in the next room outside. So let's do that. We already have chowed our 5 minutes. So past, we must come back. Thank you.
So, sorry again. So session 1, plenary room. And then if you in session 2, you have been emailed a separate Zoom link for session 2. That's for people that's watching online. So if you want to watch session 2 on Zoom, you've been given a separate Zoom link for that. The Zoom link for this room will remain the same. Bong's music is still playing while I'm talking. Bongani Vezi. Okay. Thanks. Okay, so we're ready to start. The Koleka will get somebody to chair.
Continue.
And actually, various control methods are available to control this disease. However, these are inadequate, and even though vector control is at the forefront of this control, so this includes control or with anti-malarial drugs, and then indoor spraying with insecticides. So this requires us to be innovative and think of novel strategies to try control this disease and hopefully eradicate it or eliminate it in Africa. So one of the novel strategies that has been suggested has been the sterile insect technique. So this technique, just maybe forgive me for the slides. I have to scroll around because it doesn't show the full slide. However, the principle of the sterile insect technique is that insects are mass reared in most cases a laboratory setting, and then they are sterilized using irradiation, and then these males in most cases get released into a target area or a wild population. And they mate with this wild insects, and then with the expectation that no offspring will result from the matings between the sterilized males and the wild natives. So when this strategy is used, it can actually be effective in suppression, containment, prevention, and eradication of a target species. So for us in South Africa, what we're trying to do is try to exploit one of those. But one of the most obvious one has been the historical progressive eradication of screwworm using the SIT in the North and Central American continent. And this has been shown to be effective since the 1960s up to date. And this is one of the things that have motivated for the sterile insect technique to be an attractive intervention for control against malaria species. So to go back to SIT in mosquitoes and the importance of sex separation, this is because in mosquitoes, only females bite, whereas males rely on nectar and sugar sources from the wild for their sustenance. So what we hope to do is to release only males whose purpose will only be to mate, and not avoid releasing females that would bite people and possibly transmit pathogens. So like I said, then the thing is sex separation then becomes important between the males and females. So currently there's various methods to separate males from females. However, most of this, even though tested in other species, have not been proven to be effective or efficient against the Anopheles arabiensis malaria vector. And this includes prepar sexual dimorphism or addition of toxicants such as ivermectin into blood to target this blood-feeding females. So we've tested this in our lab and found that they're not effective for mass-scale usage. So one of the most promising methods then became genetic sort of manipulation of this sexing system. And various development has been done, including development of what we term the genetic sexing strains. And this was successfully done in our lab, and we were happy with this to say we have a sexing strain. However, we had limitations with this method of sexing in that there was potential for contamination of both the target and the strain that we already had, and also the negative impact of the deodorant on the environment since it's a banned substance, and also that the eggs that were treated actually retained the deodorant. And also of major effect was that this strain had low productivity, which was not good for us for SIT purposes, because you need to be producing large numbers of sterile males. So we were still not discouraged because there's other successes that have been shown in other insects, such as the Mediterranean fruit fly, where they exploit the temperature sensitivity, lethality mutation as a way to separate their sexes. So what happens in this species is that they've managed to use the radiation to translocate the temperature, sensitivity, lethality onto the sex chromosome, in this case, the Y chromosome, whereby when they expose eggs to 34 degrees for 24 hours, females die and then males survive. So initiatives are currently underway to develop a similar strategy in mosquitoes, and has reached various stages, actually advances in this. So, and these are some of the papers that have been published on this work. However, it's not yet complete. But in parallel, we've also been working on another alternative, which is development of transgenic strains and using flow cytometry to try find ways to separate the males and females. And this is one of our recent works where actually using CRISPR-Cas9, we've managed to introduce a fluorescent marker onto the larvae of mosquito larvae that would illuminate based on their sexual orientation. For example, if you check, I'm not sure if this will show, oh yeah, but maybe sorry for the light. But in this slide, so what it shows here is that the green fluorescent protein or fluorescent marker is placed on the sexual gonads or the testes of these males. And through that, under fluorescent light, the males will illuminate as green, whilst the females will be red. And then using a machine such as flow cytometry. Oh, sorry. Excuse me, let me just go back to the slide. Using machines such as flow cytometry, which is this machine here. So this is just an example of a picture. This is a chromosome sorting picture. But just to show you the principle is that if you have this larvae, you can introduce them into this space here, and then the machine will be able to tell the difference between the fluorescent colors, which we cannot see with our eyes, but the machine will be able to do that, and then it will automatically sort the males and females based on this color. And this is, like I said, this is one of our most recent work that we managed to successfully achieve, and we've managed to create this strain, and we are hopeful that this is, a game changer for us, and we'll be able to use this to cut off on time and labor in terms of our sexing strain. And we've confirmed that the genetic stability of this strain is quite robust, and that there's no recombination. However, we still have more tests to do, such as testing it under mass rearing conditions, and also overcoming the potential risk and benefits, and including the regulatory obstacles that might come from releasing of such strains. So with that, I hope I was quick enough, and I would like to thank the following sponsors, and also thank all of you for giving your time for listening. Thank you.
Can you hear me, just to say that we've got time for questions? Does somebody have any question? Yes, question here.
Hey, my name is Owen. I wanted to ask, during this sorting with the flow cytometer, are you not going to lose, are there not much fatalities during that process?
Thank you, Owen, for that question. So from the small tests that we've had, we've actually had no mortalities. We're about, the sexing itself is over 99% accurate, and the retention of this larvae, because they put in water, so there's no, or rather the mortality is comparable to the normal mortality. So it's still over 90% retention of everything that we put through the flow cytometry. So it doesn't kill anything. It just sorts based on color. So we are able to, so it just goes through the machine, and then at the end, we're able to retain the males and then either kill off the females or put them aside. So it's quite, that's why I'm hoping it will be a game changer for us.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks very much. We have time for another question. If there is any further question. I hear none. So I'm going to thank you very much for your presentation. And we will now go to our second talk of this session. Nombulelo, are you here? Oh, good. Who is going to talk about an exploratory analysis of the spatial. Is that the same? No, it has changed.
It's changed, sir.
All right. So you can present already directly the title. Yeah, good.
Wait. Okay, so it's taking a while to load, so I'm just going to get my disk and put it in.
Just close it. Let me take out this one.
Yeah, so it's easy.
Oh, this too.
Yeah. Let's see. It's still playing. So if it takes a while to load, maybe the next person who's supposed to go after me can come just to save time while we have it on the background, and then I'll go after that person. Is that possible? Who's supposed to come after me? But let's see what it does now. Okay, I think it's going to take a while because it was never set up on this laptop. So maybe the person who was supposed to come after me, Chair, if that's permissible, while it loads on the pad.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Would the next person be here and ready to to present. I mean, next person by the schedule here would be,
Yeah, we can just minimize that. So I can just go. And then we'll see it after that.
Kabayaya. Yeah. Yeah, the online person is Mubiri Kabuyaya. Sorry for my pronunciation. Yeah. This is an online presentation. Maburi, who's that person? Yeah. Yeah, we can call that person, and is that but is the person online? How can we check? Yeah, so how do we communicate with?
Podium mic is on, okay. So Dr. Towanda, if you're ready to present, if you can unmute your mic, and if you have a presentation, can you share it?
Hello there. I had made an arrangement. So Nompulelo was coming for my place, so I will present at the time because I had some challenges. Yeah. Sorry for
sure.
that.
No problem.
Yeah.
It's not ready.
Okay,
It's
not
as
ready.
well.
Okay.
Thank you. That's understandable. If you can just mute your mic again. Thank you. Is their laptop ready?
We'll bring her laptop just now there to present using it.
It's ready.
Just now, give us a few minutes.
Okay. Is anyone else in the room that's presenting? Yes. Anyone else presenting?
Who's that?
That's me.
Oh, you.
Oh, you
So
can present?
we can go then with Odin Rubaba. Yeah. Would be ready to present.
Let's just check if his presentation is here.
Good then. Yeah.
Okay, come.
Good. Okay. So let's go with the presentation about monitoring of malaria cases and vector abundance in Ndumo, Ukaniku district. Sorry for my Brazilian pronunciation.
Good morning. My name is Owen. You see that there is no affiliation there. I did this work when I was working with Prof. Chimbari and Prof. Karatila. So the title, I've just changed it a bit to reflect malaria control 2 decades after the Great Epidemic. So I think the background to malaria being a problem has been talked about before. I mean, it's a major concern affecting, I mean, globally about 225 million cases and 80% of those in sub-Saharan Africa. But the positive thing is that there have been highly effective tools that are now available to control malaria. And this has led to eradication of malaria in several countries. I've just listed some of the countries that have really reduced malaria morbidity and mortality globally there. And South Africa is among the countries that have significantly reduced malaria morbidity. So in South Africa, it's mainly KwaZulu-Natal, parts of Mpumalanga and Limpopo provinces that still have this problem of malaria. So what has the government done? They have tried a 2-pronged intervention strategy where they are using vector control, especially indoor residual spraying, while also treating cases. Now, the historical background of this study is that, okay, I'll just briefly talk about DDT. It was introduced in South Africa, that's in 1946. In 1974, along with global cries to stop use of DDT, the United States had stopped using it 2 years earlier. South Africa also banned it in 1974, but that is for the general use for agriculture and other things. But DDT was still used in malaria and malaria control. But in 1995, following cries to stop using DDT, South Africa stopped using DDT. The results were immediate. In 1999, there was a major epidemic of malaria in the Ntumo area, which necessitated the government to revisit use of DDT. Now, so this study was carried on the backdrop of this re-emergence of using DDT, and we wanted to see the abundance of vectors in the Ntumo areas and measure the impact of these control measures. Now, the study area is northern KZN in an area called Ntumo. That's where this study was carried out. Now, briefly, I just put a pictures there to show you some of the rivers. So basically what happens is when a malaria team comes, every household, they have this, it's like a PET bottle, you know, those 2-liter PET bottles. Every household must have this where the spraying team will come and write, it's like a logbook for their actions. Now, the methodology that we looked at 16 sites in the water bodies where dipping was carried out. So for those not familiar with these terms, dipping is just when you just dip, where you just dip like something like a spoon or something like that to take out leather. So we also looked at physical chemical parameters, and we also looked at, so for adult mosquitoes, we used a pit trap like this one. You'll see these things are marked in red. So what happens is this malaria transmitting mosquitoes, they also evolve. Now, what they do is they also hide. So if people are spraying the houses, they have evolved a behavior where they will run away from, where they'll just come to drink or to bite and take a blood meal. After taking a blood meal, they go and rest in cooler places. So if you have sprayed the room, they will not touch the room because they have evolved to know that they would die also. So we were looking for them outside. So briefly, I will just look at the malaria life cycle because it affected our methodology. So it starts with the eggs. The eggs are laid and they are put, they normally like in standing water. Then the larvae hatch, and they are also in the surface for standing water. Then the pupae also live near the surface of water, but it's the adult that goes to the houses. So for our methodology, we were looking for the larvae in the streams, and we were looking for the adults in the houses, and we were also looking for them in the pit traps. So basically what happened is that we did not see any mosquito transmitting, malaria transmitting mosquitoes. Those mosquitoes that you see, they are culicine, or we just call them nonsense mosquitoes because they just bite you, but they don't transmit malaria. Then also in our pit traps, we could not find any malaria transmitting mosquitoes. Even also in the houses. So we were looking for mosquitoes in the houses. We just found those culicine and we could not get the vectors. So one of the things is that our study coincided with severe drought, and the rivers were generally dry, but even in the houses where we sampled, we could not get malaria transmitting mosquitoes. So I would like to discuss a bit on the concept of One Health. So One Health as a concept is looking at humans, looking at animals, looking at plants, how these relate in the environment. If we were to get a happy global situation where plants are happy, animals are happy. This brings the issue of DDT, which we said, okay, the world usually follows after the United States. So there is what we call the Stockholm Convention, which allows DDT to be used where there are no locally available, safe, effective, affordable alternatives. Now, this brings the question that, okay, when DDT was banned, the results were almost immediate. There was an epidemic in South Africa. But what has been the case now is that DDT is being used in Umkanyakude, is being used in Limpopo or in Mpumalanga. But the issue has been that there are some vectors that are susceptible to currently available pyrethrins or permethrins. So maybe this discussion is, if we have to look at the One Health concept, should we be using a one size fits all, where all the provinces are going to be sprayed with DDT, or we have to be specific where we look at which, because these vectors, some of them are susceptible, some of them are not. But just to conclude, in our study, we did not encounter malaria transmitting vectors. And we strongly believe that research should be carried out on the use of DDT so that there is minimal impact on the environment. Thank you for listening.
It's on, but it's not working. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, now you can hear me. Thank you very much for your presentation. And, we've got some minutes for some questions. And I myself, I've got a question. In terms of control and prevention of malaria, in Brazil it has been announced in all the news about this vaccine against malaria, right? And I remember it was announced that unfortunately for now it is just for the species of Plasmodium that affect population in Africa. It does not apply to our malaria endemic regions in Brazil, particularly in the Amazon, where we also have. So I was wondering, while you were presenting, how has been the application or the repercussion or those first months since this vaccine has been announced here in Africa, in South Africa, for instance?
Oh, thank you for the question. I myself has not keenly followed the vaccine story. It's what I've seen that in South Africa is they mainly in residual spraying, treating the affected people and or the removing like those cans that are lying down. But I maybe would like my senior professor to help me on this one.
So would like to, Mike?
Sorry, sir, your question was about the vaccine trials.
I don't know, just the repercussion of this announced vaccine here in Africa.
I think there are selected areas where they are doing trials. I don't think South Africa is a good candidate for those trials because of the minimal prevalence of malaria. But there might be in some areas where the malaria is endemic and they have enough candidates, to recruit for that, for the vaccine. But I have no recent data on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Prof.
thank you very much. We've got time for the questions. Would somebody have any? Okay, you?
Yeah, although I was part of the study with Owen, but I just wanted to say we did not find larvae. Do you consider it beyond reasonable doubt that there is no mosquitoes, vectors of malaria in Ndumo, taking into account that there might be cases which are being reported?
Okay, we did not do laboratory, I think molecular, if we had done molecular assays on we basically used, classical methods. Like we know that this larvae would rest like this. I mean, let's say for the mosquitoes, okay, we were just looking, using the resting behavior and visual inspection. So yes, there might be chances that because we did not do, exhaustive, molecular, identification, I think it would have gone beyond what we did.
Sterile mosquito release projects, which is being held around that area, which means they are introducing the vector there, although it's a technique which they are showing.
Yes. So I don't know, maybe that she's here. I would also like to know because how this because when we were going into the houses, also the district team was spraying. So I don't know how this would go hand in hand when they've sprayed. Would these released mosquitoes, if they also want to be killed by the DDT?
Got another question there, please. Can you give me mine? Yeah.
Thank you for that question. I didn't get when you did the study, like which year was it?
The study was carried out from 2014, 15 through 16.
Through 16, okay.
Yes.
So maybe to answer the question regarding the sterile insect technique. So there hasn't been any sterile insect technique releases in Ndumo up to date. So what had happened during that time was normal surveillance also, basically similar to what he was doing, just trying to go there, try to find if there's these vectors, because like you said, there's reported cases. So we're trying to understand if these cases are imported or local or what the story could be. So I'm also surprised that there were no vectors because, as much as indoor residual spraying would have been done, it would target adults that mostly rest indoors. So you would still expect vectors that breed outside to still be in the area, especially because you were not doing, I don't know if they did any larviciding in that area during that time, but the main thing is that there were no sterile insect technique releases during that period. So there's, it's just surprising that there were no vectors. But also, I mean, based on your, I guess, morphological identification of this species, it's possible that, I mean, just by looking at them with your eyes, it's possible that you missed some or misidentified some as being culisins when maybe they were not.
Yes.
But because there's keys and ways to identify these vectors. So maybe that's, you know, if you still have the mosquitoes now, you can, I don't know, maybe check both morphological identification and confirmation with molecular diagnostics.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I wonder if you would have any last question. Maybe yes, maybe not. Okay, so I understand. Thank you very much. Thank you. And then would we be ready now for, yes, good. Yeah. Nombulelo, yeah. And she will announce herself the true title, right?
Yes.
Of your talk.
Thank you so much. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So sorry for that interruption. I'm Nombulelo Kiti. I'll be presenting my study on the effects of a physical activity intervention on patients suffering from non-communicable diseases and associated risk factors in public health care. Okay, so the background of my study is based on the epidemic proportions worldwide of non-communicable diseases, which are liable for the highest global share of death and disability, which is estimated around 80%. So it's estimated that in Africa by 2030, deaths from non-communicable diseases are projected to exceed deaths due to communicable diseases, maternal, perinatal, and nutritional diseases combined. So in the next less than 10 years, it's been estimated that non-communicable diseases will exceed all of these diseases in combination. And in South Africa, we can see an escalation amongst the rural communities and poor people in urban settings. So due to their chronic nature, they place a high demand on the healthcare sector, increasing because of the increasing amounts of people requiring specialized care. And those that are affected by NCDs of working age, which affects productivity and which means losses due to prolonged disability. And the global financial implication of this exceeds $6.3 trillion, exceeded $6.3 trillion in 2010. And this is anticipated to increase to 13 trillion by 2030. So by this, we can see that it's imperative that we implement stronger healthcare systems that are reinforced by strong primary health cares. So the problem we're currently facing is that there's a lack of information regarding physical activity amongst the population that's most affected. And this information will help us to ascertain whether does the acquisition of knowledge affect health and health risk behaviors. If people are aware of physical activity and people are aware of what it means to have a certain disease, if you say to a person, you have high blood pressure, when they understand what blood pressure is, will that affect their lifestyle changes? So we need to find out whether the knowledge actually changes anything. And there's a problem also of implementation of preventative health programs, there's a lack in that. Okay, so because when it relates to NCDs, there's a lot of focus on treatment rather than on prevention. Yet the focus should be on prevention because we're talking about lifestyle diseases. There's also limited research on effects of exercise, especially in the African population, between the age groups that we will be dealing with. There's also a lack of adequate advice on physical activity that's possessed by caregivers and health professionals. So we'll find doctors in a hospital that will tell a patient, like, for instance, let's take this patient. This is a 60-year-old woman who's overweight and obviously has mobility problems. And the doctor will tell her that you need to exercise because your joints are overloaded. But what does exercise mean for a woman like this? When a doctor says you have to go and exercise, what are you actually telling this patient to go and do? So the absence of sufficient information, appropriate resources, and trained personnel. And exercise prescription is not a part of standardized practice at the moment. So because of this, it's not possible for patients to engage in physical activity in a manner that sufficiently promotes health. And why we say in a manner that sufficiently promotes health, people are told to exercise, yes, but you'll find a person say, I've been exercising for 5 years, but I'm not losing weight. But that's because they don't know what exercise is. A person will say, I walk every day for 30 minutes, but that's not exercise because the body was meant to walk. So if you're not overloading your heart and overloading your body, you're actually not benefiting anything because your body was meant to do what you're doing anyways. So without any of this information, proper information, people actually can't do what they need to do. So the study population, included males and females. Okay, wait, let me just start with the numbers. So we did use a small sample size. It was focused in KwaZulu-Natal Clinical Health Center, that's in Claremont. We had a population of 100. So there were 50 people in the exercise group and 42 in the control group. 8 people fell out of the control group, and then we didn't have any fallouts in the exercise group. I'm going to try and show a video right now just to show you the type of intervention that was conducted. And what was surprising about the study is that we had expected that most people in the exercise group would fall out because we have this preconception that African people don't like to exercise. So when you bring exercise to the community, they actually won't attend. However, we were surprised that every time we went to do the intervention, the numbers tripled. So we ended up including people in the intervention that weren't part of the studies. So the population was males and females between the age of 35 and 65 that had to present at least one cardiovascular risk factor, which includes obesity, all risk factors that are related to CVD, or diagnosed with a non-communicable disease that was currently being medically managed. They had to have the ability to perform exercise testing and the exercise interventions, and they had to be people that were dependent on KwaZulu-Natal Community Healthcare Center. So our exclusion criteria included pregnant women who were also or lactating women, and people who had any absolute contraindications to exercise. So people who either overheat during exercises or have any contraindication to exercise were excluded. Those with orthopedic limitations and also mental limitations. And then when we look at, I just want to show you quickly what our population looked like. We had only 10% who were normal weight. And so this is the catastrophic state South Africa is in right now. And this study was actually a reflection of the dire state that we're in as a country. Only 10% of our whole study population were normal weight. 2% was underweight. 16% were overweight. 47% were obese. And 24% were extremely obese. So we have 90% who are of inadequate BMI and weight categories, which is really, really detrimental to health. And this is why we're seeing such a high increase of non-communicable diseases. So the baseline tests we conducted a variety of baseline tests from 4 risk tests where participants would stand up from a chair and walk when we check their balance if they're able to walk. We did questionnaires where we had sports science students who were interviewing and questioning the participants or patients in their home language. And we asked questions about their perceived health and well-being, knowledge of physical activity, physical parameters, body compositions, heart rates. The heart rates were determined by step tests. We would make the patients walk up and down the steps for a period of 2 minutes. We also did our blood tests. Okay. So I'm going to just try and show briefly if IT can step close in case I do something wrong here. Because I just want to try and show you the video. Let's see. Okay, I think I've got it. Okay. Or I'll just revert back to the video at the end, just for the sake of time, just to show the video. Should I do that? Stop playing though. Okay. Okay, so you'll excuse the, what is it called? So this is the type of people that we're looking at. Oh, sorry. So what was important firstly, the first week or two was to actually strengthen the muscular structure before we started the intervention so that the patients are actually strong enough to do the exercises. Okay. So when we're looking at a population like this, it's pretty difficult to tell them you have to go and exercise. So simple stepping forward and lunging on a knee is difficult to do. She's not dressed. And forward it a bit.
Bese ugoba. Nazo. Bambe nje kanjalo. Hlale isitshalo sakhe singabonakala. Azoshisa amathambo, wena amathambo. Zonke. Bekezela,
Okay, so that was just a brief demonstration of what we had to do. We did this for 6 weeks, and once a week. So the groups, what the challenges we faced here is that the groups grew a bit too big. So if you can look at this picture, we only called 10 patients to come at a time, but you can see patients are also lying down here because we ended up having 100 patients and I was only one person. And the thing when you're working with a population like this, when you demonstrate an exercise, as soon as you stop, they stop. So it was difficult to maintain the exercise intervention for so long with so many people because I had to train 10 groups of people, 10 people for 5 groups. So that's 5 hours of training all the time. So because they're high-risk patients, you can't train too many of them at a time. So you had to group them. So I ended up training a few, as you can see here in France, and then I'd have to also jump and train other people. So this is a problem that we have, that these types of resources and facilities aren't available for these people because we assume that they don't respond to them. Okay, so it was 6 weeks, once a week, and then we gave them an intervention to do at home. The results that we quickly found, when you're going to the weight, the exercise group lost 2 kgs and the control group lost 1 kg. This wasn't statistically significant. When it came to waist circumference, the exercise group lost 5 centimeters. The control group gained 3 centimeters. This also wasn't statistically significant, but that's also because the duration of the intervention was quite short, 6 weeks, and they all were only exercising once a week. And we all know, well, we should know that in order to gain optimal exercise benefits, you should be training at least 150 minutes per week. And also a multifaceted interventions, including a combination of diets, is also needed to curb the crisis, not just exercise. And in this study, the diet wasn't included. Okay. And then with the heart rates, the exercise group decreased 6.5% of their resting heart rates, and the control group had 2.4 or 2.4% increase in heart rates. And heart rates is an independent predictor of cardiovascular and all-cause mortality. So these results were quite significant. They were statistically significant. And even with blood pressure was reduced, and there was a statistically significant difference observed from the exercise group, who showed massive improvements. There was also good improvements in the grip strength. And the importance of grip strength, upper body strength, is that it's a predictor of heart disease and general health and mortality. So there were significant increases in the exercise group after the intervention, but the control group didn't show any increases. And preserving muscle strength results in the prevention of major movement disabilities. With glucose and cholesterol, sugar levels, well, first of all, let me just state that within this population, the prevalence of diabetes was 33%. The statistical significance wasn't that great. There was 0.07. There were little clinical differences that were observed from the exercise group. The cholesterol, however, surprisingly showed statistically significant improvements in the exercise group. We could have seen, or we assume that we would have seen greater improvements in diabetes or in sugar levels if there was diet and higher frequency or volume of exercises. Okay. So in conclusion, I'll just go back to what Prof. Nama stated, that we need to ask difficult questions but provide simple answers. So the difficult question that's asked in the study is, how do we reduce or combat non-communicable diseases globally? The simple answer is to introduce and implement and make exercise affordable and accessible to people, especially because it's free. So that's how I'm concluding my study. Thank you. Hope I didn't take too long.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the video. It was very illustrative. Thanks. We've got time for questions. Would like to, colleague back there. Thank you.
I'm just curious on what happened after the 6 weeks of the intervention in terms of sustainability of that, so that, yeah.
Thank you so much for that question. That is a great challenge. There is no sustainability because sports scientists or biokineticists or exercise specialists aren't a part of the public healthcare sector. So after an intervention like this, there's nothing further that we can do for the people, because we can't make people like this exercise on their own. We try to give them a home program to do it on their own, but it's not possible for them to sustain it on their own. So with this study, we were hoping for policymakers to adapt exercise as part of the prevention, as part of the health system, so that interventions like this become sustainable, because after six weeks, nothing happens.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, Prof, thank you.
Thank you, Nombulelo, for that very nice presentation. When you started off, you said that doctors tend to be very general about the instruction about exercise.
Yes.
And when you ended, you said that we should make exercise affordable.
Yes.
I just want to know what you mean by exercise affordable, and what exact instruction should be given.
So we first have to determine how much doctors or health practitioners know about what exercise. When I talk about it being affordable, I also mean it being accessible and safe for patients. We're talking about high-risk patients. For example, you can't make a person with hypertension train the same as a person with diabetes. And the reason for that is that exercise that's beneficial for hypertensive patients, such as high interval training. Like if you make a hypertensive person train short bouts of exercise, high intensity, that will reduce their blood pressure, because you want to target the heart to pump faster so that we can see acute changes in the decrease of blood pressure. But you can't do that with a diabetic patient, because it will predispose them to hyperglycemia, where the remaining catecholamines don't reduce back to normal, which means that the sugar levels rise because of the intense exercise, but they don't drop again. So we're predisposing those patients to greater risks. So you have to have evidence-based and scientists who are actually administering these type of training, because we're not talking about a person who's just trying to lose weight. We're talking about people who are sick, who are trying to get healthy through exercise, but exercise can also be dangerous for these people. So when I am talking about changes in healthcare sectors, is that medical doctors aren't skilled enough to talk about exercise in these populations. And one of the problems that we also face is that this was a 6-week intervention. During the 6 weeks, these patients are going to the same clinic, right? So some of them will start by going to the doctor to get the medication before they come to the exercise. They'll come back to us saying that the doctor said they must stop exercising because their blood pressure is getting too low. So obviously, if the blood pressure is getting too low and they're eating medication, it drops even further, which is detrimental. Instead of assisting the patient to continue exercise so that they can wean off the medication, they're told to stop exercising because the exercise is now dropping too low. And at the same time, we as biokineticists, we can't give that advice to a patient to say, you have to decrease your medication, especially because this exercise was of short duration, 6 weeks. After the intervention, they stop exercising, then the blood pressure will get reduced again. But we don't get help from the medical doctors. And that's the conversations that we were having with the doctors in the clinic, that how are you engaging with these people to exercise? They just told, no, you have to try and lose weight. What does that mean? They say, stop eating pap, stop eating bread, but then what do they eat? Because this pap gives them breakfast, lunch, and supper.
Okay, can I go ahead? Yes. Okay, thank you so much for that presentation. I think it's an important area. I just have, there are two questions. The first one, you talked about obesity, that they were obese. And I think the measurements of obese have always been very questionable, because it does have to do, there are some ethnically who are normally bigger, in size and whatever. So that's one issue. The second issue, I see your NCDs, your non-communicable disease, they are all lumped up into metabolic syndromes, which come in different ways, in different shapes. And the patients which you used are already, well, they are not, the people who already use are already patients. Yeah. So exercises might be ameliorates the disease to whatever they have to progress. the exercise, like diabetes, manage to control the glucose levels and the other things. But what I'm really interested in is long-term, because exercise is not a treatment. Exercise is a lifelong to keep you healthy. And I think the best examples are the Japanese community, because they started it at 90 years they are doing. It's not they start when they are sick, they start when they are healthy. So I just wanted to see your study. How does it add value to convincing policymakers to say, you know, if we start a program of exercise at a very early age, then we save ourselves of all these patients whom you are showing. And at the same time, you were saying the resources. I want you to talk about how difficult is it in a community to train somebody who can actually carry out with the community, rather than to get an expert who would want a lot of money, and those are just poor rural community people, because we have to be practical on these things. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question, Prof. First of all, let's talk about the obesity. Obesity is measured, we measure it with BMI and we measure it with waist circumference. We're not dependent too much on BMI, because you can have a high BMI but not be fat. So we rely mostly on the waist circumference, and that's what I reported on as well, on the waist circumference and what was lost. Here, it's obvious. These people, if they have a high BMI, it's because they're obese. They don't have more muscle than they do fat. So you also have to look at the population. But if you look at, so I've never had a normal BMI. Well, just ignore the pregnancy now. But on my normal states, I've never had a normal BMI because I'm an athlete. But we know that that high BMI is due to muscle, but then we rely on the waist circumference that then confirms whether it's obesity. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that how do we make this sustainable? When we talk about, we look at the predictions, first of all. We have predictions that are already predicting 2030, and those weren't predicted today, they were predicted 20 years ago. And now we're sitting at 2022 and we have predictions for 2050. So when you're looking at 2050, we're looking at 30 years from now. If we're looking at 30 years from now, we're not talking about this population, not talking about the 60-year-olds, we're talking about the 10-year-olds. So what we need to do, we have to go to schools to teach the 10-year-olds and implement curriculums in the education system to actually teach about prevention of diseases, because right now it's too late to fix problems that are already there. So when we talk about going back in time to prevent it, because these have been predicted. What's happening in 2022 was also predicted 20 years ago, but what has been done to stop that? The problem is that we have more health practitioners than we've ever had in any lives, in any term. We have more medical and pharmaceuticals that we've ever seen, but we've got the highest amount of non-communicable diseases that the world has ever seen. So something is wrong with the healthcare sector. There's so much of pushing of pharmaceuticals, which are contraindicative to people's health, because we're choosing people's deaths. We give them hypertensive medication, then they die of chronic kidney disease, whereas we can't actually prevent them from actually taking the medications. People are taking cholesterol medications, which has been scientifically proven to cause myoplasma, which is the eating away of the muscles. So you take a cholesterol medication, then your muscles start eating away. That's why the people will say, my joints are now sore, my bones are now sore. Now they then take other medication to help them to do that. So we have a whole lot of buildup of toxicities instead of actually dealing with the root cause. Then we talk about who's going to be trained to train these people, because you're talking about poor society. So we have to look for sustainable people. We have medical doctors. You go to school to learn health. Medical doctors are getting paid a lot of money by the government to give people medication. So government should also pay health practitioners to actually prevent the diseases, so they actually don't need these medications in the first place, because we can't now compromise quality on the amount of people who are going to be trained. We can't train community workers to do this. It's impossible. I did it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It did raise a very rich discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now let's go with, you would have, sorry, there is a last question there. Excuse me for that.
It's okay. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm just curious, the 6 weeks that you were training them, did you at any point or maybe at the end give them basic knowledge on how, on diet, since exercising and diet at least should go hand in hand? Did you at least give them a basic knowledge so that they can balance?
Yes.
Even if they're eating pap 3 times a day, but they have to scale down on the portions that they eat.
Yes, yes.
Did you at least give them knowledge on that?
So on every interaction with the patients, we have educational talk. It was part of the study. So we see we also test on the knowledge of exercise after the intervention. But as a biokineticist, as an exercise specialist, I can only, I'm only allowed to prescribe so much when it comes to diet. The only thing we could tell them is that whatever you're eating, keep the same, but just cut in half. So if you're eating 4 slices of bread, eat 2. If you're taking 4 sugars, take 2. If you're eating 2 pieces of meat, take 1. So we only spoke about reduction. We didn't speak about to replace this with that. I'm not allowed to with HPCSA. So you also don't want to start sitting on people's toes. We've got nutritionists, Dr. Ngekas. Those are the people that provide such information. And I could say this was part of the limitations of the study, that we didn't have diets. We didn't have dietitians who would also incorporate an actual program to make sure that these people are eating right as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Was indeed a very rich discussion. And now I think we have then a last talk now of our session, right? Sorry, I cannot hear. Okay, there is one question line. Sorry, excuse me, I did not see. How do we make it possible for the person to put the question?
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just have one question here for Nombulelo. I don't know, maybe I may have missed that point. I don't know if she was comparing the different diseases or at the end or even at the beginning to say with NCDs, with diabetes, with what. So, or she just bunched all of them in one in terms of the analysis and the follow-ups. And I don't know how then they also handled this issue of diet as a confounding factor, because we want to, at the end, maybe we need to prescribe or we need to influence policy at the end, but then how do we deal with these at the end? Thank you.
Like to comment?
Is the mic still okay?
Yeah.
Hi, Tawanda, thank you so much for the question. For NCDs, it was defined just for the sake of time. I didn't define what non-communicable diseases are, but it did group them all together with cardiovascular risk factors, obesities, all the risk factors for NCDs who were being medically treated for the non-communicable diseases. So we didn't make a comparison. We didn't compare diabetes to hypertension. We were comparing all patients who have some sort of non-communicable disease. There was no, we didn't differentiate between any. I wasn't targeting any particular NCD, any which is lifestyle. It wasn't inclusive much of cancer because cancer is not a lifestyle disease. I looked at modifiable risk factors, hypertension, diabetes, and such. I think the other question was relating to diet. As a confounder,
yeah. No, I was saying
is
then
still talking?
So you can go
yes,
ahead.
Yes, so diet could be a confounding variable when you look at when you start looking at those who did make changes to their diets. And we did assess that with the questionnaires. We had a whole lot of questionnaires that we asked beginning and at the end, what do you eat? What type of food do you eat? And all of those things. And when the diets would changed at the end, we did list as confounding variables so that the changes aren't only attributed to exercise.
All right, no,
Good.
thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sawanda.
Thanks very much, everyone, for this rich discussion. And now, yes, we have our last talk of this session. I understand if my control is good here. Now we're going to go with Sabina, right? Who will be talking about willingness to accept COVID-19 vaccination among people living with HIV in an HIV prevalence community.
I give it to Nokwanda. I thought she coordinated with you guys.
Is it coming up?
Yeah, yeah. Sorry for the glitch. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Sabina Govere. I'm an outgoing PhD student from Prof. Chimbari. However, the work that I'm going to present was not part of the PhD studies, but part of the work that I also do. So I'm going to present to you some work which was done on COVID vaccination hesitancy. The work was published in BMC Public Health, and part of it is still ongoing. So the topic of the work I'm going to present is willingness to accept COVID-19 vaccination among people living with HIV in a high HIV prevalence community. And this was in collaboration with AIDS Healthcare Foundation, which is an organization which works with from HIV testing to prevention and treatment management in South Africa, predominantly in KZN, and also MGH, Massachusetts General Hospital, including Harvard University. So for the background, COVID-19 vaccination faces significant challenges, inequitable worldwide distribution, emergence of variants, and vaccine hesitancy, which I believe as a country and as worldwide, we are currently facing with low herd immunity in many countries. Understanding rates of and reasons for hesitance and predictions of readiness among specific populations will be crucial to inform scientific decisions on COVID-19 vaccination uptake. So on this study, the main population study was people living with HIV and AIDS. We wanted to understand what would be their willingness or hesitancy to accept the vaccination, and if there is, what are the reasons that they have. As a hypothesis, we assumed that people with living with HIV will be more willing to take the vaccine because they are considering themselves as people at risk in terms of disease acquisition. So when we went out, that was our assumption that most of them would be willing to take the vaccination. So now the results will show us, was it really the outcome or not? So previous studies have suggested lower rates of COVID-19 vaccination intent among people living with HIV who may have worse clinical outcomes with COVID-19. But we wanted to see what is the situation in South Africa as a country with high HIV prevalence and also some level of high mortality in terms of HIV condition. Intent to accept COVID-19 vaccination and associated factors among people living with HIV in South Africa was unknown at the stage when we did that study. So our objective, our main aim was to assess the willingness and reasons for COVID-19 vaccine acceptance or hesitancy among people living with HIV, and specifically in KwaZulu-Natal, which is considered as a hotspot for HIV. To measure intent to accept COVID-19 vaccination among people living with HIV in South Africa, and to assess whether demographic factors, sources of COVID information, COVID-19 stigma, or medical mistrust were associated with intent to accept COVID-19 vaccination. So the methods, just briefly, this population of people living with HIV that we
did the study with were part of a program known as Central Chronic Medicines Dispensing and Distribution, which is CCMDD. This is a program which was introduced by the government, and it was rolled out nationwide, whereby people on chronic medications, including people on HIV medications, they collect their treatment from external points which are not clinic based, like your clinics, your pharmacies, like your churches, and different points of medication collections, which are not predominantly at the clinics. The reason was to decongest patients from the clinics based on the volumes which present themselves to clinics or healthcare centers daily. So instead of going every month to collect your treatment, these people go either twice or once a year just to do routine bloods and to have medical assessments, but pretty much the whole year they collect their treatment from these pickup points, which are less busy and less congested. And assuming that it will help people to adhere to their treatment because they are not hesitant to go to clinics due to high volumes and long waiting times. So this population was, a sample was taken from this prospective observational study, which is ongoing. And during the COVID time, we wanted to assess before vaccines became available in South Africa, how willing are these people or this population to willing to accept vaccination when it becomes available. So put that in mind that this study was done before vaccines became available. And as the criteria of the study, all people were pregnant, were not part of this study, and you have to be stable for a year on your chronic medication, which is on your ARVs. You have to be virally suppressed with a high viral a CD4 count with no other comorbidities. Then you are part of this program, the CCMDD program. Interviews were conducted between September 2020 and January 2021. Interviews assessed intent to accept COVID-19 vaccine. So there were questions which were predominantly asking the willingness to take COVID-19 vaccination when it becomes available. Concerns regarding COVID-19 vaccination, overall vaccine confidence, sources of information and concerns about COVID-19, stigma and medical mistrust specific to COVID-19. So part of this questions on sources of information and stigma and medical mistrust, the questions were adopted from already existing questionnaires from other studies. The results that we got, so from this cohort, we interviewed 213 participants telephonically. The reason why it was done telephonically, this was the time when a break suggested that studies that can, where we can avoid physical interaction with participants should be done. So the study was done telephonically on a total of 213 participants. 72% were female with an average age of 35. Most of them have been on ART for 2 years and above, and about 47% had completed their secondary school. You might ask, why was education important? Because we thought the level of education of a person might give them an influence on how they decide to consider taking up vaccination. 99.5 were from Black ethnicity because this study was done in Umlazi, which is a township here in South Africa, from 9 different clinics. Then this endorsed at least one stigma, about 37%. They indicate we could pick that they had stigma around the vaccine. 66% of them endorsed at least one medical mistrust from the questions which were available. In terms of intent to accept COVID-19, from the graph, I think you can see that we have about 57% who said yes. So our assumption that more people are going to be accepting when the vaccine becomes available were not a true reflection, because only about just half of that sample indicated that they were willing to take up the vaccination, which became worrying because for herd immunity to be met, we need about 70%. So we had a huge gap between what is required for the national herd immunity for all adults who are eligible to take the vaccination compared to what was the number of people that were actually willing to take up the vaccine. And 22% were not sure because of a number of reasons. They were still in that space of not very sure whether they will take it or not if it becomes available. And about 21%, they were actually adamant that they were not willing to take up the vaccine. So we believe that the 57% who were willing to take, there's some perceived risk that they thought because of maybe other personal conditions they know of, they thought they were more at risk and they'll be willing to protect themselves from COVID. Factors associated with intent to accept COVID-19 vaccination, we could, from our results, we realized that age was a factor. As age increases, then those individuals were more likely to take the vaccine. And from there, the conclusion was, as people increase in age, their chances of getting NCDs, like what Nombulelo was presenting just a few minutes before, becomes also high. So that's why we saw a number of those who were getting older, much willing to be taking up the vaccine, because some of them would have be living with HIV at the same time they are diabetic or they are hypertensive. Then those who use social media as a source of information were also less likely to take up the COVID vaccine. The reason being, I think we're all exposed to information which was shared on social media about how dangerous the vaccine is going to be, how it is a scam and all those things. So most people who reported that they get information about COVID on social media were less likely to take up COVID-19 vaccination. Also, individuals with higher medical mistrust related to COVID-19 had lower odds of intent to accept the COVID-19 vaccine. On the question where we wanted to understand what are the concerns that people have regarding future COVID-19 vaccination, about 37% had no concerns. They were like, whatever it is, I'm not going to take it, but I don't have any reasons, or I'm going to take it, but I don't have any reasons. So 37% were in that space where they didn't have any concerns at all. Then about 20%, they reported fear of side effects as their main reason for not taking the COVID-19 vaccine. A fear of getting COVID from the vaccine itself was also a concern which was raised, by some of the participants, which is about 15%. 12% reported that they want to wait until the vaccine is tested by others. So they were not willing to be on the forefront of taking up the vaccine, but they want to see how others respond to it, then later on decide from there. And about 6% reported that they were worried about the origins of the vaccine because some of the issues they would bring out on that issue was HIV has been there for the longest time, but there's no vaccine until to date. Then COVID just appears now, and all of a sudden, in less than a year, the vaccine is available. So what is happening here? So concerns were around that. So in conclusion, what we picked from this study was over half of the cohort of people living with HIV in South Africa intended to accept COVID-19 vaccination. But the question is that a good number enough considering the population that we have, especially of people living with HIV? Lower intent to accept vaccination associated with medical mistrust and use of social media for COVID-19 information. Then public health messaging should continue to emphasize the safety and efficacy of COVID-19 vaccination so that at least it can override the information which is shared on social media platforms, which in most cases is not evidence-based or research-based. Address misinformation and medical mistrust among people living with HIV, particularly on social media platforms. So thank you. Just to mention that after the rollout of the vaccination, we are currently working on a study of interviewing again the same sample or the same population to assess that did they change their willingness or hesitancy after the vaccine became available, and also what has changed in terms of their decision making and how many actually took up the vaccine based on the numbers that we had before the vaccine was available. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sabina. And we have, can get questions for Sabina? Yeah, over back there. Let me share with you the mic.
Bless you, Mama Sabina. Considering your last point, your last 2 points, if you could show me, please.
On the spot.
Emphasize the safety and effect. Emphasizing the safety. What advice, as a person who did a study or who's still doing the study, I hope, what advice would you give to leaders specifically on how to convince the people to continue vaccinating and social distancing, especially since nowadays it's more like COVID-19 is normal, especially in the rural area, township, at least town, there are signs. I saw a sign outside, sanitize your hands. What advice would you give to leaders specifically?
Thank you for the question. I will respond not as a clinician, because I'm not a clinician, but as a public health practitioner. My response would be, if we assess the time when there were more deaths or mortality and a lot of infection in terms of COVID, there was more noise on television, on radio about, okay, 10,000 people have died today. But it looked like COVID became more interested in reporting the negatives of the disease rather than the positive results that have come after the interventions that have taken place. So if I was to advise the policymakers or the leaders, I would go back again and also make noise about the decrease in deaths that has taken place after the rollout of the COVID, of the vaccine. Because right now, if they say another another variant is coming, they'll start making noise about the variant, but there's less noise which has been made when there were reductions based on the number of implementations which were done, especially on the vaccine. So to me, I would encourage leaders, policymakers to go back again on these public platforms and present data about what is currently happening when the vaccination was introduced, so that those who are still hesitant can see, oh, at least there were some positives which came out of such an intervention, rather than waiting for another wave to come, then they come back again to, it's like instilling fear, but not removing it. So I think as a public health practitioner, that is what I would advise, that can you go back again on TV and start making noise like what we're doing about mortality, and make noise about the reductions of mortality that has taken place after the vaccine rollout.
Good, thank you. We've got another question back there.
Hi, Sabina. Thank you so much for the presentation. With the vaccine rollout, also came an increase in knowledge about COVID-19. So there was a lot of sanitizing. There was also lockdown. How do we convince, how would you convince me that it was really the vaccine and not knowledge? Because before people knew about COVID, people were dying. Then when they knew, steps were also taken to ensure that they don't get the virus. So we attributed so much of the prevention or decrease in COVID to the vaccine. What about the knowledge uptake? And secondly, how do you convince us when we're seeing, when I'm talking about us, I'm talking about hesitant people. How do you also convince us that the vaccine reduces illness when you're vaccinated, right? When you also don't get ill when you're unvaccinated. So we live in this society. We've been seeing things that have happening. We've been living with families, and you'd find we're living with a sibling. For example, my brother's a medical doctor. He had COVID-19. He was vaccinated, but he became particularly sick and symptomatic. And then I have my father who's on stage 4 cancer. He had COVID-19, but he was not symptomatic and he didn't die. So I'm looking at the person who's vaccinated, who's actually displaying symptoms. I'm looking at my father, who's 80 years old, who has cancer, who's obviously more of a greater risk of death of COVID because of his condition, who's not getting sick. And then I'm being told, you must get vaccinated. How do you convince me that the vaccine is actually what's reducing the deaths and not our natural immunities? Thank you.
Thank you, Nombulelo. I'll start with your first question. In terms of COVID-19 containment, I think it should be known and agreed that it was not only about the vaccine, it was a combination of all the prevention measures that were in place. So if you check from the time that there was an emphasis about washing hands, about sanitizing, about when we're masking, there was a reduction even in normal flu, the common cold that we have, because of a combination of a number of things that we put together and everyone was sort of also doing. And if we check now, currently, there's a lot of flu bugs which are going on. Why? Because we removed or we stopped adhering to certain prevention measures. So with COVID-19, it was not a matter of just saying, if we vaccinate, then it's gone. There is a combination of a number of prevention measures that we put in place. Same as in HIV. It's not only about stop having sexual intercourses. There's a combination. There's no one way of getting it. So vaccine became something that was considered, okay, let's take this as the major one to allow herd immunity, to protect the bigger population of those that are not adhering to certain prevention measures. At the same time, that's why there is hesitance in it, because we know some will say no, but if they maintain the other prevention measures, then we can contain it as a nation or worldwide. So it's all about what are the prevention measures in play and how have they been combined and are we adhering to them? Same as masks. Some people were refusing to wear masks, even in other countries. So it's the same as the vaccine. Some were agreeing, some were not. But we are saying, if we put these comprehensive prevention measures, how best can we reduce the level of infections from COVID-19? Then secondly, when you talked about comparing people, it's like any other disease. The way it affects me is different from the way it can hit the next person. We can get flu here in the same room, but someone will even go to work and they'll just say, oh, I just have a sore throat, but someone will be in bed, sleeping, gone. So with the vaccine, when we try to convince or to encourage, we are saying it doesn't mean you're not going to get sick when you get the virus in you. You will, but the intensity is now controlled. So vaccine doesn't cure, but it reduces the intensity because that was the idea, that people just get the virus and they quickly die. So yes, your dad might have symptoms, but not. Now it also depends with your level of immunity. Your C cells, how strong are they? That's why even when it was rampant every country worldwide, some people will be said they have the virus, but they are symptomatic. Now it comes back to your level of immune system. And the fact that in your brother's system, it has been injected. So obviously the body will realize that, oh, there you are. So obvious symptoms will show, but they will be controlled.
Thank you, Sabina. We've got another question from there, and then a last one here after you.
Others, please respond for me as well.
Please.
God, just with for the presentation. I saw that you had one slide on this. Yes. Oops. Can I go now? All right. I just. Or maybe can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Right. I've got inborn mic. Oh, the online participants. Okay. Cool. All right, sure. Okay, I just wanted to ask about the social media element, in which you said people will tend to rely more on social media, had trust issues with the vaccine. Do you think, or maybe in your next study, but maybe you can comment on this now, that mainstream media sort of crucified anybody who came with an alternative view to vaccines, to the extent that there was an element that only what certain group of scientists who were, in course pro-vaxxers were given the platform, and anti-vaxxers were essentially blocked. I had a study, I think it was in Germany, in which some people like yourselves, who had an alternative view to managing COVID, were literally banned and were not allowed to speak to government officials, but only those who were pro-vaccine were given the platform, and therefore the only alternative source on what COVID was became social media. Do you think that as scientists or as the media gave so much of preference to one group and didn't allow debate and contestation of ideas so that people can make informed decision, having heard both sides?
That's a very critical question and political at the same time. When we did this study, mainly we're asking platforms like WhatsApp, platforms like Facebook, platforms like Twitter, and general street talk. Not specifically platforms like TV, like radio, where I believe that's where you were considering that platforms were given to certain specific scientists. So obviously it becomes a bit political in terms of who are those people, because it doesn't mean that, or I don't want to say names, but it doesn't mean like in KZN, we had a KZN team, which was on the forefront as the leaders of COVID-19 interventions. But it doesn't mean that there were no other scientists who were doing work maybe in a different way. I believe they were there, but it becomes political that who is given that platform. So in our current study, we are now looking at more on what information did you get on a certain platform qualitatively now. So that aspect, we believe it will really help us to assess and really understand what type of information, the content of the information, and exactly where they were getting such information. So in the preliminary study, it was mainly, okay, where are you getting it? I get it from WhatsApp. So it was just these social platform groups. So now as we get deeper, I believe we can be able to answer such questions, and from healthcare workers as well, try to understand from them, are they in a space of really agreeing to what they are getting from the allowed or approved individuals on different platforms. So in terms of maybe having a space where there is discussions about this is what we also know compared what is being found scientifically, I believe they were allowed because they are coming with what they consider scientific evidence, I believe.
Right. We now have a very last question. I think we have to close because I have to make a correction. We actually still have a last presentation, and then I would like to pose the last question.
Oh, Sabina, I wanted to just have a comment from you on your inclusion criteria. Okay, from your hypothesis, you already thought that maybe somebody who's on ARVs. Then why did you exclude those? I mean, you said you only wanted those who had been on a year and their viral load was like maybe down. I mean, I would think those people are people who have a nice health-seeking behavior. I'm just trying to think what would happen if you have taken some people with a very low CD4 count. Maybe these are people who are likely to be defaulting on their HIV medication as well. Would these people have had a higher vaccine hesitance because already even their HIV they are not taking?
Okay, to answer you on that question, remember I mentioned that the 213 participants that were part of the study are from a sample of a prospective observational study, which is ongoing about evaluating the CCMDD program. So in that study, we only enroll people who are on CCMDD, and the criteria is they have to be stable. So, and because the break only allowed us to do telephonic interviews, we only had contacts for such people. However, currently, we are now comparing the two groups. Those who are CCMDD stable, virally suppressed, compared to those who are unsuppressed and not on CCMDD, not doing well on their clinical outcomes. So the current one now compares the two, but the initial one was guided by those who are a sample from an ongoing study. So that was the reason why. So hopefully the current results will answer those questions.
thank you very much, Sabina. Thank you all for the questions. We've got an announcement now by our chair.
You are the chair. Thank you very much for a fantastic job. Dr. Kabuyaya, are you online?
Yes,
Dr.
Professor.
Kabuyaya,
Yes, I'm
are
online.
you online?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, that's Dr. Kabuyaya.
Yes, it's me.
Yes, I hope that you are in a place where we can be able to kindly request you that we can make your presentation after lunch.
Okay, that's fine. I'll wait.
Yeah, so our lunch break will be just from now, which is 3 o'clock our local time, up to 4. And when we come back, the chairperson will be in this session. We'll ask them to accommodate you because I can see the energy levels could be low and you may not get the justice you deserve after preparing your paper. On this note, with the permission of the chair, when we break for lunch, which is just next door, when you are done with your lunch, we kindly request you to step outside where the secretariat is and get a t-shirt there of your own size. Then we'll be reconvening at 4 p.m. and hope that you can agree to work slightly longer hours before our cocktail so that we can be done with our program today and not have any carry forward. Back to you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I take the opportunity to present my apologies as well to our presenter. I made a confusion with another person here, which was canceled. So, well, with that, I think we can, we are free for the lunch. Thank you all for the participation in this session, the questions, the presenters, the talkers. Thank you very much. See you later.
click when click connect. Okay. Yeah.
Hello.
If you are not using it.
You can tell him to come online. Yeah.
Let me just. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our, is it fourth session? Yeah, welcome to the fourth session. And for this session, we have 5 presentations. And I think before we start our presentations, I just want to remind you that we have a cocktail after the end of today. So you can check in your program. It's starts around 6 o'clock. And the venue for this, if I'm not mistaken, let me just quickly. Okay, it's hall 4A. So remember hall 4A around 6 o'clock. Our first presenter for this session, remember we postponed Dr. Kabuyaya's presentation to session 4. Dr. Kabuyaya, are you ready with your presentation? Hello? Yes, okay. I see he was muted, I don't know. Hello, Dr. Kabuyaya, good afternoon. Can you unmute?
Yes, hello, Prof.
Yes, please go ahead. You can control your presentation from that side, isn't it?
Yes, I can do that.
Yes, if you can go to slide 1, we are on slide 5.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so put on slide show and then you can go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. Okay, it's unfortunate I could not make it to South Africa because of some challenges. Anyway, I'm happy to do my presentation online. And I'm currently based at the University of Lubumbashi in DRC Congo. But by the time this study was conducted, I was based at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and this was part of my my postdoctoral fellowship study. So the title is Comparison of Praziquantel Efficacy at 40 milligram per kilogram and the 6 milligram in treating schistosoma hematobium infection among school children in Ingwavuma area, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. It's not a secret that praziquantel given at 40 milligram per kilogram is the only drug recommended by WHO for treating schistosomiasis. And this has given high cure rate and satisfactory egg reduction rates in treating schistosomia. Although the single dose or the normal dose have reduced the schistosomiasis burden. We have observed some cases of failure and eventual resistance that has been reported, and this has prompted to the use of the repeated dose. In some of our previous study, we administered the repeated dose, and even after using the repeated dose, some cases of failures were observed. And this prompted the use of more high dose, for which results have been inconsistent. Some researchers have done the same studies, but they have not come to a consensus. And therefore, we compared the efficacy of 40 milligrams per kilogram versus 60 milligram in treating schistosomia, in treating school children infected with schistosoma hematobium in Ingwavuma area. That's in South Africa, in KwaZulu-Natal province. So to reach our objective, we conducted a longitudinal study from November 2017 to August 2018 in Nkovuma area, as we mentioned it before. And we selected children aged between 10 to 15 years, who were screened for schisto using filtration technique. We included 76 infected children that were randomly assigned to a dose of praziquantel of 40 milligram per kilogram or 60 milligram per kilogram, and these children were treated with the research team nurse. For the treatment of these children, the treatment was done direct. We observed the children directly, and we assessed the side effects for the first 1 hour. And if in case there was a children who could vomit the medication, the children were treated on the following day. So after that, we had to assess the side effects as 24 hours using questionnaire. And 4 weeks after the rescreened to check for any infection. And after that, the baseline and the post-treatment mean F count were calculated, and cure rate and egg reduction rate were used to determine the praziquantel efficacy as per WHO recommendation. For the analysis, we used the repeated measure analysis of variance to determine the effect of both doses on infection intensity. And we used a chi-square test to assess the association of side effect with the regimen that was given with a p-value less than 0.05. For ethical reason, we ensure that ethical approval was sought and granted by BREC, which is the Biomedical Research Ethics Committee of UKZN. We also make sure that we obtain gatekeeper permission for the Department of Health and from the traditional leaders and school and local schools. We also obtain assent consent form from parents, from children and parents. As a result, the 40 milligram group, the children that received 40 milligram had a cure rate of 79% and an egg reduction rate of 97%. And in the group where that were assigned to 60 milligram per kilogram, we found cure rate of 83 and an egg reduction rate of 98%. We did establish that there was any significant difference in the efficacy of the two doses that were given. So we found that our study confirmed the same result that had been found out with other researchers who assigned who also used the dose of 40 milligrams and 60 milligrams, and they found that there was no difference in terms of efficacy. And there was also another study that's contrary to what we found. They used the same doses, 40 and 60 milligrams, but they found lower cure rate with in the group where in the group that were given 60 milligrams. So on this, we can say adding the dose or giving high dose The other result, we found that the effect of the dose on infection intensity was not significantly different between the two groups. And compared to other studies, we also found that there was high cure rate and more satisfactory egg reduction rates among children with light infection intensity than among those with heavy infection. And also in another study, we also found that the cure rate was independent to the infection intensity. So this means that there is also, we didn't find any difference in terms of intensity. And when it comes to the side effects, this said the abdominal test was the common side effect that was found in both groups. But this in the group of 60 milligram, we found that dizziness were more experienced with the children. So similar observation of side effects have been also observed in other studies, but there have not been a specificity about that. And in another study, contrary to our finding, side effect. And as a conclusion, we found that we can say that the efficacy of praziquantel at 6 milligrams per kilogram was similar to that of 40 milligrams per kilogram. And a dose higher than 40 milligrams did not add any value in treating schistosoma hematobium in children. We also found out that transient side effects mostly were more observed by giving 60 milligrams per kilogram than giving 40 milligrams. And we then recommend that we continue using the 40 milligrams per kilogram we then recommend that we continue to use 40 milligrams per kilogram body weight for treating schistosomiasis instead of increasing the dose. That's all that we can.
Presentation, and we thank you for your efforts to present remotely. Any questions? Dr. presented regarding comparison of the two doses, 40 and 60 milligrams. Just a simple question, Dr. Kabuya, how much do you save by not using the higher dose?
I beg your pardon, Prof. It was breaking.
I'm saying how much would one save in terms of money by using the lower dose?
Yeah, we save more money by using the lower dose because if we give 60, then it means we have to use 50% of medication. We have to use 50% more of medication that could have been used by using the normal dose. So we will save more money than using the higher dose.
Yes, I was just saying how much roughly, if you've got an idea of how much would you save, because you need to convince those who would be saying, I can use the higher dose at no consequence.
It's a bit difficult for me to tell how much money we can save, because this will depend to the number of people that we have to treat. And yeah, so it's a bit difficult for me.
All right. Any other questions for Dr. Kabuyaya? Yes. If you could say your name.
Okay. Hello, doctor. So I'm Tabo Mashadola. I just wanted to ask regarding your association between side effects and the treatment. What did you look at the side effects like individually or in a group? Because I saw somewhere you said transient side effects and you included dizziness, and I'm not sure what other side effects you looked at, but you also concluded that these were contrary to other studies. Is this, or were this the same or rather similar side effects, or you had specific or even one specific side effect that you looked at for you to conclude that this were different?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we did look at different side effects, and this that we reported was the common one. But we found that there was the abdominal pain, there was also like headache, and some could vomit. And those were mainly the one that we could report it, but we didn't find something really serious than that. But the dizziness was the one that was common in both groups.
Okay, any other questions, follow up?
My name is Owen. Dr. Kabuyaya, did you find any commonalities between or an association between side effects and other things, like you could say maybe maybe weight or maybe infection level, or was there anything that you could relate for those that had side effects? Hello, Dr. Kabuyaya.
Yes, hello.
Yes, I'm saying, was there any pattern to say somebody is likely to have these symptoms for those that had symptoms?
Thank you very much for the question, and I'm happy to see you. It has been years, so yeah. For your question, I can say that what you're asking, it's a bit, it might require
Hello.
to do further studies because children were treated. We had to make sure that.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, I think we missed some of your responses, but to be simple, was there any relationship between intensity of infection with the doses, that those who had higher levels of eggs were the ones developing symptoms? Just an example.
Responding to that, I'll just tell Owen that we didn't look at the fact that we didn't look at the weight of children, but we had to make sure that these children didn't have any disease or they're not taking any medication. And regarding to the dose, we assigned children randomly, so we cannot confirm that the treatment was dose dependent. The side effect was dose dependent.
We will move on to our next presenter. Dr. Nkeka, is he around? Please come forward.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Prof, for the time. So I represent myself, Nkeka Tinashe, and we are doing this work under the supervision of Prof. Chimbari. The title of the presentation is The Determinants of Water Scarcity in Rural Areas, and our focus is in Umkanyakute district in KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. So you'd realize from this topic that probably our key here will be water scarcity and rural areas in South Africa. So why are we focusing on water scarcity? It's because of the, okay, let's start here. When you look at the rural areas in South Africa, you'd realize that the majority of the population in these areas are illiterate in terms of formal education, and they are unskilled and composed of mainly elderly people or the women and the children who have been left by their parents to go to the places where they can get some job to be able to support their families. So again, the rural areas in South Africa particularly are faced with the serious challenges related to inadequate water supply in general. And this is resulting in a lot of vast health impacts, such as hygiene and sanitation being affected very negatively. In many cases, the rural areas are scattered settlements in South Africa, and they are dominated mainly by the agricultural practices in these areas and are limited and have limited water resources or sources that is resulting in a lot of challenges for infrastructure provision. In some areas or in some of these rural areas, you would find that water infrastructure is in a form of centralized systems where a community will be sharing one tap or a source of water in a central place in the village to get some water from that centralized place. So sometimes the managing of that particular phase or source of water is a bit challenging because of the dynamics of running such a place. This area, Umkanyakute, is found in the northern KwaZulu-Natal, and it is the second largest municipality. And as I said, it's in the northern side of the KwaZulu-Natal, largely a rural place, and population is estimated around 6,000 to 5,000 people and a population density of about 45.17. This is predominantly characterized by the negligence of the apartheid era. So today they still see or experience the effects of the apartheid era in South Africa. And the population here is largely youthless, I've mentioned, uneducated, which is about 25% of the people who have no formal education. So that's already saying a lot about the area. Our aim here is or was to explore the factors that contribute to water scarcity in this rural area in KwaZulu-Natal, and also to explore what mechanisms they use to cope with the situation in the area of lack of water, basically. Our study design is that of qualitative study, and it was conducted during 2020 and 2021. We used semi-structured, pre-tested research tools. This involved 10 villages representing the 3 wards, wards 13, 17, and 16 in Umkanyakute. And we interacted with 9 key informants, which were the nurses, the traditional leaders, the teachers, the community at large, and sometimes even religious leaders in the community. We also conducted some focus group discussions with the community in these areas to hear from them. And from each focus group discussion, the list had 6 members, and the maximum had about 12 participants who were recruited with the help of the community health workers in these areas. So semi-structured in-depth interviews and focus group discussions were what we used to collect our data, and we used the local language, that is isiZulu. We call them CRAs, community research assistants, who spoke the local language and were able to conduct these interviews with us or for us. The interviews were audio recorded, and we even took some notes during the interviews, and participants were not compensated for their participation, but every session would end up with these people being given some remerciements to say thank you to them for their participation. Data was transcribed and translated by a professional isiZulu language speaker, because I did say in the beginning that it was pre-structured, so we used English language to structure the questions, but when it came to the interviews, we used the local language, and when it came to transcription, we used somebody who speaks the language to translate or transcribe that to English so that it can be analyzed easily, because we are the non-language speakers. So the data was manually analyzed using the thematic analysis as the approach. For ethical clearance considerations, our study was part of the bigger project, the TIBA. And so we had the ethical clearance certificate from that. And we also got some permission to conduct the study from the area leadership, that is the traditional leadership. And with the individual participants, we also needed them to consent to participate in the study. And those who were willing to participate are the ones who we got the information from. So the results from the study include that the main challenge which lead to the scarcity of water in this area is infrastructural challenges, that there's no infrastructure that allows the area to get some water, some pure water and reliable sources of water. So there's no infrastructure. In some places, you'd find that there are, I think, 2 areas which has the Nduma area and the Makan area. They have the infrastructure in place where most of the households have the connected taps from the major source of the area, but majority of the villages in this area do not have the infrastructural put in place to supply them with water, and that is clean water for this challenge. The other challenge that we realized was, or that came up from the studies that of the climate change. In South Africa, climate change has effects or are seen in the changes, including the rainfall patterns, that it has changed because of the climate change. And they're also experiencing some droughts, especially in this area that we're doing the study. There's common drought that takes place in that area, which is the reason why they don't have enough water, because of this dryness or lack of water. So the high increased temperatures are affecting that. Drought has compromised water supply and quality in the district. where water supply services are already a big challenge. This is just one of the important information that we found, that South Africa already receives less than 50% of global average rainfall, and climate preconditions indicate that the region will receive decreased precipitation over the coming decades. So this is just saying the challenge of climate change is yet to affect this area badly as time continues. We also found that population growth is one of the reasons why there's scarcity of water in this area. This relates especially to those places where they've got the water infrastructure in place. So those who are from the areas where there's no infrastructure in place then tend to overcrowd these other ones that have some water systems in place to get some water from there. For instance, out of 10 villages, 2 had water supply systems. So the other ones would go there to collect water. So that is where the population growth is coming from, to say some would have to go to these other places to collect water because in their areas, there are no sources of water. So they would hire cars to be able to transport water from these other areas so that they can be able to have some clean water. Other contributing factors to water scarcity in these rural areas include that there's inconsistent local government interventions. So infrastructural development normally takes time to put in place, but now that together with the inconsistency in terms of the local government's interest to help the people out, then that leads to the water scarcity in the areas. The other one that we realized was that of political gesturing, which is having a negative effect on service delivery to the society, especially the communities where inequality and poverty has been reported or is realized. So you see that sometimes politicians would use the non-availability of water to come first during political elections because they want these people to vote for them, but they don't really necessarily give them what they need, which is the services of water, for instance. Some of the ways that these communities are using to try to survive the scarcity of water is to engage in some service delivery protests, trying to challenge the leaders to say we need this water in this area. But it came out that this were not really yielding the results that they wanted, because sometimes they just get ignored. After they stop the riots, nothing really happens that is tangible. So one of the ways in which they try to cope is to try to practice the reusing of water. So for instance, say a household is using some water to wash dishes, they would also use that to water their gardens around their household or their home, because there's no water to water the garden and to wash the dishes and to do the laundry at the same time. So they reuse water for different activities in the household. The other thing that they do is to store water in multiple containers. Let me see if I can see that picture if I go back shortly here. Like you see, maybe you can see it, the second picture, the middle picture, there has some 25 liter or 50 liters that they would collect water with and store those in numbers in their household. Those who have bigger tanks would also try to do that and put some water in the tanks for later use, because they don't know how long that would last for. Yeah, so then, as mentioned earlier on, rain is not frequent. So when it rains, they also have the tanks connected to the roof. They call them JoJo tanks. I think most of us have seen those tanks where they would collect water from the roof during the rain season so that they can cater for the days coming where there won't be any water to use. So the areas where there's no water infrastructure, as I mentioned, would now have to go to other means, like collect water from the rivers, from the dams, which might have some water at that time. And this, we can agree that they are not collecting clean water from such sources because it's not processed, it's not clean basically. So it's contaminated water that they collect from these sources, which is not healthy for their health. So to conclude, we have outlined these factors that we've mentioned, and we can say it is critical that the political leaders, as well as the traditional leaders in these areas, recognize the right to clean water by their people, by their citizens. This recognition would place the subject of water and scarcity at the forefront in discussions where the leaders meet and talk about the social issues, and that could help in solving this problem of water scarcity. And we have heard many times that water is life. So where there's no water, it means life is compromised, healthy living is compromised. Consumer perceptions are also key in the success of strategies that can be used to address water scarcity in rural South Africa. Why are we saying this? It is important to also go to the communities themselves and ask them as in how they think their problems can be addressed properly or effectively. But if we exclude them and just bring solutions that we think are relevant for them, we might miss the point. But interacting with them and hearing from them as to what they need and how they need it could be helpful in getting to the solutions. So improved hygiene and sanitation, which rely heavily on reliable sources of clean water, are critical for healthy living, as mentioned. It is very important that South African government strives to ease the access to clean water, especially in these neglected areas, so that they can also live or lead a healthy life that won't compromise the life that is lived there. For instance, if there's no water, it means a lot of diseases can come out because of the lack of clean water. Measles for kids and such diarrhea can be experienced more in these areas if there's no clean water. So lack of water really affects healthy life for the population at large. Thank you.
Good, thank you, Dr. Ngeka, any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Nkeka, for your presentation. When looking at water scarcity, particularly in the Mkhanyagu-Doyem-Dumo area, we see the resulting factors of an increase in schistosomiasis, right? And you've related the water scarcity, amongst other things, due to infrastructural challenges and inconsistent government interventions. Do you then think, what is your opinion on who's supposed to be dealing with the challenge of schistosomiasis relating to water scarcity more aggressively? Is this more of a political challenge or is it a health challenge? Because we're seeing a lot of health practitioners dealing with this issue of schistosomiasis and scientists aggressively more than politicians. Should the aggression be focused more on governance as they have the power to counteract these infrastructural challenges more than health practitioners? Because, I mean, we can do mass drug administrations or pros and cons all we want, but if the water scarcity is still an issue, how much are we affecting change in that area?
I think it calls for both, that all the leaders are involved. They need to be hands-on on this. That is, both the political leaders and traditional leaders in these areas should join hands towards the solution of this, including the communities themselves. Like I did mention that it's important to get from the communities as in how they think the problems can be solved. Now, those three, the local communities, the traditional leaders, and the political leaders or government should join hands together and try to get towards the solution of this problem.
I have a general question. Dr. Ngeka, water is a right, isn't it? For all. So do you know where South Africa is in relation to the sustainable development goals, where it relates to water?
I can't say for sure. I think it's still work in progress. On paper, it looks promising, but in practice, I think there's still a long way to go, especially focusing on the rural areas, because that's when now the government comes in to provide the relevant infrastructure. And if they do not do that, it means slacking in the process. Yeah.
I know South Africa has invested, I think competing maybe with developed countries, have invested a lot of funding into water research, not only, to do it, but in the whole spectrum of water, looking at the equity in the distribution and access of potable water. So I don't know by region how this has been structured, but in terms of funding, it's a lot which has been put. Any questions? Comments?
Thank you, Dr. Nkeka, for that good presentation. So I just wanted to ask, so I'm trying to figure out like what do you think then is the main determinants of water scarcity in the area? Is it maybe that there's just no water in the area at all? Like I'm thinking if this was a desert area, for example, would we still conclude that having infrastructure and political will and support would help in sort of giving people water, or like has it been established that basically there's water in the area in the first place or not?
Yeah, so there is a water, what do you call it? But there is water. There's a main river called Pongola River, which supplies the main area where the water is purified in this area. The same water is distributed to Ndumo village and to Makana village, but these other surrounding villages do not have the water supplied to them, basically because of lack of infrastructure put in place to those other 8 villages around this area. So we would then say the main challenge is that of water infrastructure that does not put in place. Because these places are not very far apart. We think if there could be infrastructure put in place, it would be easy to distribute water to these other dry areas in that area.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nkeka, for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay, our next presentation on the line is Tapiwa. Is she here? Okay. She's here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tapiwa Nashim Shlanga from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I'll be presenting my research findings on my research study titled Genetic Diversity of Bartonella species Isolates in Wild Rodents in South Africa, under the supervision of Professor Mkaratirwa. So the genus Bartonella consists of gram-negative hemotropic bacteria that infects mammalian erythrocyte and endothelial cells. This genus infects a wide range of mammalian hosts, and the first Bartonella species was identified in 1909 by Dr. A. Barton, and many other species have been identified so far. Members of this genus are primarily transmitted by arthropod vectors such as lice, mites, and fleas. The role of ticks in transmission is still yet to be elucidated. So far, 45 species have been identified, and 15 of these are known to cause human disease. The most prominent members of this genus include B. hansellae, which causes cat scratch disease in humans and is transmitted by the cat flea. Another prominent member is B. quintina, which causes strange fever in humans and is transmitted by the human body louse. The most ancient member of this genus is B. bacilliformis, which is the first to be identified, and it causes Carrier's fever, which is geographically restricted to the Andes region. However, there have been reports of expansion of B. bacilliformis into surrounding South American countries. Rodents are known to serve as important hosts of Bartonella species, and global research has shown that rodents harbor by far the highest diversity of Bartonella species. At least 22 species have been identified in different rodent species, and 7 of these are known to cause human disease. Some of the species include Bartonella tribocurum, Bartonella gabonensis, and Bartonella vinceni, subspecies Arepensis. Diagnosis of members of this genus is often difficult, and the 3 main methods that are used for diagnosis are serological methods, culture, and molecular techniques such as PCR. Serology is most commonly used because it is easily accessible and it is also very affordable. However, it is very prone to false negatives and also cross-reacts with other pathogens such as Coxiella burnetii and rickettsial species. Now there's been an increase in the use of molecular techniques for identification and genetic characterization of members of this genus. This has led to the reclassification of members of this genus as emerging infectious diseases. These pathogens remain relevant to One Health, as vector-borne diseases are responsible for almost 30% of emerging infections in the last decade. Information on Bartonella species in wild rodents, which are an important reservoir host, still remains sparse in Africa and especially South Africa. The aim of the study was to get more information on the prevalence in different provinces of South Africa of Bartonella species, as well as to investigate the genetic diversity of the species that occur. The main objective was genetic characterization using phylogenetic techniques, and also to assess the zoonotic potential of the identified isolates. We had 3 main specific objectives for the study, and the first one was to determine the prevalence across different sites in South Africa and different provinces. The second objective was to determine the genetic diversity of Bartonella species isolates in different wild rodent hosts, and also define the genetic relationships that exist between isolates from our study and previously described isolates from different parts of Africa as well as different parts of the world. The last objective was to compare the sensitivity of different rodent organs for the molecular detection of Bartonella species. This was particularly important because correct choice of sample is important to the accurate diagnosis. A total of 183 rodent samples representing endemic rodent species, including Athomys, Chrysophilus, Mastomys grantii, Mus spretus, and others, were randomly selected from 15 sites across South Africa. The map on there shows you the 14 different sites from which the rodents were sampled. That's a graphical representation of the steps that we took for the molecular identification and characterization of Bartonella isolates in the study. So from the 183 randomly selected rodents, the internal organs were collected, which included the lung, the liver, the spleen, and the heart. DNA was extracted from these organs separately, and a cytochrome B PCR was run to confirm identity of the rodent that had been previously identified using morphological characteristics. 3 commonly used housekeeping genes for Bartonella identification were amplified, and these were the GLTA, ITCS, and the RPOB gene. Positive PCR samples were sent for sequencing. And for the Bartonella, we obtained a total of 39 RPOB positive samples, 14 GLTA sequences, and 9 ITS sequences. These sequences were then put through BLAST-N analysis to compare their similarity with previously described Bartonella isolates. After that, we also carried out phylogenetic analysis to analyze the phylogenetic relationships between our isolates and previously described isolates. We also conducted genetic diversity analysis using DNA-SB software and also constructed haplotype diagrams using PopArt. So the main findings for the study for the rodent molecular identification, out of the 42 samples that we randomly chose to sample, after amplifying the cytochrome B gene, 17 of these were misidentified using morphological characteristics. The most common misidentification was Athomys ineptus, which had been identified as Athomys chrysophyllus. This is a very common mistake as they're very morphologically similar and difficult to differentiate. An overall prevalence of 16.9% of Bartonella infection was observed across all the sites. A site, Grootmariko, which is a small hamlet in Northwest Province, had the highest Bartonella infection of 52.6%, followed by Mogalakwena and Limpopo with 40%. The prevalences across the sites differed significantly according to a Chi test, and they also differed according to provinces. BLAST-N similarity comparisons with our isolates and previously described isolates showed a range of similarity between 92 and 99%. That's just a graph that's showing the prevalences that were detected at the different sites. Only 3 out of the 15 sites did not have any positive rodents for Bartonella. We also compared the sensitivity of different rodent organs for molecular identification of Bartonella species. The liver proved to be the most sensitive, followed by the heart, and then the least sensitive was the kidney. This was to be expected as Bartonella species are known to cause hepatic and splenic lesions in infected small children and immunocompromised people. We also conducted a phylogenetic analysis to investigate the phylogenetic relationships between the isolates that we found in the study and previously described isolates. So the isolates from our study are shown in color on the screen. 3 main monophyletic clades were formed using the maximum likelihood method. Most of the samples from the study clustered in clade A, which composed of other rodent-associated Bartonella species found in South Africa, DRC, and Tanzania. What was interesting to note, though, was that 2 Gerbil species that were collected from a site, Grootmariko in Northwest Province, and another one collected from Mogalakwena in Limpopo, clustered at the bottom with known human pathogenic species B. Hensley, and B. Quintana. And we identified a total of 9 haplotypes in the study, and they had a high haplotype diversity of 0.801 with a Tagemas D index of -80536. A negative Tagemas index is indicative of a recent population expansion due to a bottleneck effect or maybe like a wipeout event. We also constructed a haplotype network in order to elucidate the relationships between the haplotypes that we found in the study. And the haplotype network is shown on screen. The most common haplotype was haplotype 1. Let me just put on the pointer. The most common haplotype was haplotype 1, which was made up of individuals from Groot Marico in Northwest. And then the next common one was haplotype 4, which was made up of individuals from a lot of different sites in different provinces. The haplotype analysis network showed that the isolates and the haplotypes that we detected in the study did not cluster according to geographic regions and geographic sites, but they clustered according to the same rodent species that had been identified in the different sites. This is consistent with information that we already know that the adaptation within the genus Biennial to the diverse mammalian hosts that are available has led to a very high host specificity. Discussion. The prevalence detected in the study was in the range of prevalence that has been previously described in South Africa and other countries as well, which is between 20% to about 50%. Prevalence can, however, be as high as 90% in certain rodent species, such as the Gabrielus species. High prevalence in the Goebbels and Althomai species was observed in the study, and this was consistent with studies that have been done in South Africa in Gauteng province by Bastos in 2007 and by Schneider in 2010. In contrast to other studies though, in our study, all the isolates that we identified did not have 100% similarity with previously described isolates that are available on GenBank. This re-emphasizes the high genetic diversity that is there in rodent-associated Biennial species. A high prevalence in sites, Groot Marico in Northwest and Mogalakweng in Limpopo, shows the importance of wild rodents in the potential spread of Bartonella infections to domestic animals as well as to humans inhabiting these areas. The high haplotype diversity that we saw in the study indicates that rodents act as important reservoirs of potentially new genetic variants, which can have an effect on public and veterinary health. In conclusion, we detected a prevalence of 16.9 of Bartonella infection in the study. There was high genetic diversity with a total of 9 haplotypes, with species from Groot Marico in Northwest Province and Mogalakweng in Limpopo clustering with known human pathogenic species. This presents a potential public health threat, and there is need for continued surveillance of the members of this genus in animals and humans inhabiting these areas. Increased knowledge of rodent-associated Bartonella contributes to better understanding of this understudied genus, and it is key in planning health, environment, and conservation management strategies. So although bacterial zoonosis such as Bartonella do not pose as much global threat as their viral counterparts, they do still remain relevant to One Health because they can cause localized outbreaks. So a continued surveillance of these pathogens is important in order to be better prepared for any unanticipated outbreaks at a local scale. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tapio, for that clear presentation on Bartonella in rodents. Any questions, comments? Or for those online, I'm not seeing a hand up. Okay, if I might ask a question, because Bartonella, as you said, is one of the neglected tropical, diseases, although overwhelmed by some very prominent, viral disease. Now that you have got rodents, different species covering the whole of South Africa, you have only looked at Bartonella. If I were to ask you for any other pathogen which would like to look into these samples which we have, what pathogens will you be looking at?
Thank you for your question. We've previously investigated rickettsial species, but we unfortunately didn't find any in the samples that we had. But we also intend to look at other bacterial pathogens such as leptospirosis, which are also very relevant bacterial zoonosis.
Okay. Do you think plague is an important disease in Southern Africa or South Africa?
I think it is definitely something worth looking at, considering that in South Africa, we have a lot of informal settlements, and these people live in very they live in proximity with rodent species that might potentially carry plague. So it is definitely something worth looking into.
Yeah, I think it's really important because plague has only been found around KZN, especially around Durban. So it will be interesting to see from those rodents all over South Africa whether we can detect, if they are carriers of plague. Any questions, comments from anyone else? Well, if not, thank you so much, Tapio, for that presentation, which brings us.
Thank you so much.
Which brings us to our other speaker who is online, Professor Mduluza. I hope you are ready. Oh, Professor Mduluza has got his hand up.
Yes, I'm ready.
Oh, your hand was for a question or to be ready?
No, I wanted to ask you a question, but I think it will pass.
You can go ahead. We can go ahead. There's still a lot of time. So,
no, I just wanted to ask, especially with the rodents, is there a likelihood that with how we live with these rodents, there's likely to be another outbreak of some infections of pandemic nature, likely in the near future, is presented from, especially using the rodents observation, that if we are not careful, are we likely to have another pandemic emanating from these rodents that live with humans?
Do you like to answer that?
Thank you for your question. I think it is very much probable, and it's something that we should constantly keep monitoring, especially with the changes in climate and whatnot that has affected the distribution of arthropod vectors that carry different pathogens, and also affected distribution of different reservoirs for different diseases. So I think the best thing to do is to constantly keep on the lookout and surveillance of what might potentially be outbreaks in the future, so that when something happens, we're better prepared and we're aware of what might be a problem.
Probably just to add, Professor Mduluza, if I can just explain the species of rodents. They are called rodents or small mammals because they differ in size and what. So the key is there are those species which are synanthropic, which means you always find them where humans are, like the what? The rats, isn't it? The rats, they follow where human because they want the food. There are some which are totally sylvatic. When humans come, they run away because they don't want to be in touch. So the most dangerous are the rats. Synanthropic, they have contact with human beings more frequently. That's why outbreaks of plague, when you just see the rat population going up, normally during the dry season or droughts, they are pushed into human habitats and they enter into houses, start looking for food. So those are the threats, and hence the surveillance. Like here in Durban, I think there is a rat surveillance because we've got the Norvegicas, which came with big sheep here, and they grow and they've brought a lot of diseases, especially parasites. So we have got new parasites here in Durban, which were never seen in Africa, recorded for the first time, and it comes from those rats. So it's just an example of the threats which we have with this rodent. Thank you. Professor Mduluza, if you might want to project your presentation and proceed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good evening. I'm Professor Mduluza at the University of Zimbabwe. I'm going to discuss with you the implication of 6 rounds of annual postpartum treatment nationally for the control of helminth, and what was the outcome, which reduced the schistosomiasis infection and morbidity in Zimbabwe. But however, I'm also going to share with you some of the aspects that affected the program, and also projecting into the future of what is to come. When you travel around rural Zimbabwe, this is typically what you see in most rural schools, where correctly, and these are the toilets for the boys and the girls at some schools in the rural areas, which means we are aware of our environment and also the diseases that go with these infections. I will not take you into the details of some of the diseases that we are afraid of when we talk about proper disposal of waste. But there is a group of infections which are called neglected tropical diseases. These have been neglected due to lack of funding. The governments neglect them. The populations are also neglected. They are poor. They live in squalid conditions. They live with the vectors and also where transmission is taking place, even if they could be a little bit richer or well-to-do in the communities. So the list is very long. It adds up to almost about 20 neglected tropical diseases. We also add some zoonotic diseases, which include anthrax, cysticercosis, rabies, even with the snake bites as part of neglected tropical diseases. But I want to quickly point out that the environment and also access to water, which means more than 50% of the entities are wash related, or we can say some of them are water related. When you go and talk about like malaria, the vector, the lymphatic filariasis, even when you talk about human African trypanosomiasis, where water becomes part of it. And when you look at the burden of these neglected tropical diseases, it's so huge, so big, bigger than even for the HIV, even for if we look at the pandemic, what COVID has caused among us, even though the death which is caused by neglected tropical disease is not realized frequently, but it's taking place among us, but not at a larger scale. And coming back to Zimbabwe, this is what we have done so far, where we have mapped lymphatic filariasis. The red, it shows the districts where it is endemic. And for schistosomiasis, bilharzia, and soil transmitted raunites, you can see from the dots, the larger the dot, it means the bigger is the problem in those locations or sites. And even with the trachoma, for the areas that have been mapped, you can see that the prevalence of these tropical diseases is happening. It has been talked about that whenever you have got access to water or you have got good sanitation, which is shown by this blue color or the light blue, you can see as it increases, the black reduces, which is the prevalence of, for example, using bilharzia or schistosomiasis, which shows that water access and sanitation is usually very important in most locations. So for our study, we had to monitor as we were conducting mass drug administration, where we went in and we did a pre-survey, and then after we give mass treatment, we will also go to do a post-survey. It started in September 2012, went on as far as 2017, and then we ran out of steam. And what happened next? During the times that we were having the mass treatment, we also had to create sentinel sites in most of these districts. So the black dots here is showing is the provinces, or the diagram of Zimbabwe underneath the map is showing where the bigger points shows the number of follow-up we did at those sentinel sites. The smaller one where we had the 3 follow-up. We couldn't because of the resources. So some of the sentinel sites we did 6 rounds, some we did 3 rounds. So the changes of prevalence of infection, this is when we started. The red is showing more than 50%, but for bilharzia and also for S-Mansonite. But you can see after 6 rounds of treatment, the whole country was green, which shows that at each treatment, there was good success and good control. But however, when you go take a microscopic observation of what was happening at each point in time, you could see that each of these points is when we do the mass treatment, and then like here, there's a before treatment, and then post is after we do the MDA, but within 6 weeks after the administration of treatment. You can see that after each of these MDA, the levels were going down post-treatment. But however, before treatment, some of the areas had spikes, which he already pointed out that if treatment is not maintained, there's going to be a big problem throughout. Even for S-Mansonite, which is not found prevalently in most areas, you could see it was going down. And the prevalence of infection was well controlled when the mass treatment coverage was also increasing. After MDA 4, it was almost 60%. MDA 5 mass treatment 51, it was over 85%. MDA 6, it was almost the 80%. You can see the prevalence for both S-Mansonite and S-Hematobium using different detection decreased appropriately. But even though it was decreasing overall, after each treatment, which is between the red and the blue, you could see that it decreases, but then it also increases thereafter. But with the several administration of treatment, there is success. So this is some of the maps which can show us that after several rounds of treatment, you could see certain points, certain districts, certain provinces maintained and increased, but not as it was before. So there was a good success which could be attributed to mass treatment. But what happens thereafter, especially after giving several treatment? It points out to that there is a lack of other auxiliary control measures. Here, I would like to point out the need for wash or the need for water at household. This is what was happening. Look at this, it's showing household safe water, which means in most districts, from the observation, it was sort of like less than 20% access to safe water. But then when we look at even safe latrines, you could see that it's even less than the first quant here, which is the blue color, which is shown that I'm poor in color. Safe toilets, it is showing that it's poor in most areas except only in Matabeleland South. So it means the whole country, these are the provinces, no access to safe water and no latrines that could be used safely. And when we also go on to look at what about institutional hand washing facilities, less than 20%. School hand washing facilities, again, less than 50%, which means in the country where water is very important, where disposal of waste should be appropriate, we do not have access to clean water, including even the groundwater, which we can easily tap from. And even when we look at household safe water, again, I think this is showing the hygiene enabling environment, which is coming to almost 60%. But most households access to, especially in the millennium, now the 22nd, and looking at hygiene, shocking that we would find household safe water being a fraction, and the household water also water which you can easily access throughout the district. And then we look at safe toilets, they are not available in most districts. And when we look at household toilets and the refuse pit, and then the places where the mothers would dry their household utensils, yes, there is some improvement. But the basic requirement for a proper environment, it was not available. So we have been advocating that we need to provide mass treatment so that at least we can cut the life cycle, and so that we avoid the school children from suffering from morbidity or even pathology of these infections, especially the neglected tropical diseases. But we are lacking provision of clean water and also provision of appropriate sanitary conditions. Yes, we have cut the life cycle, but how far can we continue? Then we tried to do some targeted assessment of what was the problem that we see spikes taking place in some of these communities. One challenge which we noticed, I know Prof. Nkaratura just commented that South Africa has done very well, especially in the improvement of access to water. This is a typical situation during the dry season in Zimbabwe, where people have got to go and source for water. When it is rainy season, it's an open water source that is flowing. So we went to the communities and tried to find out what was the challenge. Why are we continuously having these neglected tropical diseases in the form of soil-transmitted helminth and also in the form of schistosomiasis still prevalent? Then we identified that less than 20% of population do not have hand washing facility. Imagine in the COVID era, it's only unfortunately maybe the virus did not spread to those communities. More than 40% of population rely on open defecation in most of the districts whom we assessed whilst we were conducting an MDA follow-up. 30% of households rely on unsafe drinking water. And the countrywide improved sanitation stands at 62%, which means there's 38% still where it is lacking. There's poor sanitation, and also there's open defecation. And the improved water sources is still less than 30%. Imagine what a country. And we notice that most of the diseases that are prevalent is due to poor hygiene practice, lack of hand washing with soap, lack of face washing, lack of shoe. I'm here referring to schistosomiasis, soil transmitted amethysis, trachoma, but I'm not yet talking about some other bacterial infections. Sharing of facial cleaning cloth, again pointed out, is one of those facilitating transmission of trachoma. Bathing, swimming, and laundry in surface water, open defecation and poor disposal of child feces, and also religious behavior of baptism in unclean water sources, and also use of same water for spiritual healings, being part of those that are facilitating transmission of these diseases. Then on the environment, we noticed that there was a lack of access and use of toilets. Some of the toilets, you wouldn't want to use them, especially in the night. Vector breeding in poorly managed water points, obviously facilitating transmission of these entities. Poor maintenance of sanitation facilities and households, meeting places, especially most of the meeting places, even business places in the rural Zimbabwe, you find that they do not have functional toilets. An hygienic environment contributing to vector breeding and disease transmission. And also, because of neglected tropical diseases, this is one of the contributing factor, lack of political voice. No one pays attention to them. And also no alternative source of water. And when we tried to look at the gap and what is it, we noticed that the red here is showing what is missing. For rural water supply, even in urban areas, you would be shocked to notice that the populations are not getting the services that they require. And on the behaviors, we realize that otherwise the MDA, if it stops, transmission will also pick up or will surge. But we need to see that we do behavior changes in health education, increasing bathing, washing at home, not to go to the rivers, increase washing behaviors and cleanliness. COVID brought in hand sanitizers, but we need water in the rural areas. Improved latrine usage and upkeep, that is increased sanitary verification behavior and protected waste disposal, and also increased motivation to access safe water for use. Imagine we are talking about the 21st century, and this is the most commonly available water source in the rural areas. Yet there's solar and there's new technology which is lacking. And again, as you can see, this is the tap where they are using to do the washing. And as in this process, they also contract infection. Even here, this is the water flowing naturally in streams, and the laundry is taking place. And in some schools, this is an indication of some unused hand washing tanks. They were so creative, they built these tanks where they can put water, and the school children, when coming from the toilets, they could wash. But now they are just monuments. It means the services that are being provided to rural areas is not appropriate. And in conclusion, I would like to take you, especially for bilharzia or schistosomiasis, if we are to eliminate. I know we have done a lot of preventive chemotherapy where we are reducing morbidity. But the infection, yes, it can be prevented. The moment you stop giving medicines, the infection comes back because it's not being associated or being delivered together with health education, access to clean water, sanitation, and especially environmental control. Not much success are we going to observe from mass treatment if we are not going to intensify or to integrate sanitation, access to clean water, environmental control, and everything else. Above everything else, most of the programs, they talk about let's do mass treatment. They don't talk to the affected individuals using human-centered intervention design, where you engage the community and talk to them. What is it that you want to stop or to eliminate the infection? We know safe water supply and appropriate sanitation is a must. But currently, in the rural areas, climate change, rainfall patterns, low cash crops, because the governments are neglecting these people. So if they cannot earn enough to improve their living conditions, nothing will change at all. These communities are economically disadvantaged, and that they are unable to make any development unless they are assisted. So I just wanted to take you through the situation in Zimbabwe, that we have been dishing out medicines for almost 6 rounds, 7 years, but no successes yet. If you go into these same communities, you'll see the transmission is picked up again, just because we are concentrating on one arm of intervention instead of incorporating both the environmental health education, behavior change. I would like to thank the support for this work, which was given by TIBA Zimbabwe, and also Site Savers, and also the National MDA Task Force for gathering some of the data that I have presented. Thank you very much for following my presentation. I hope so. Thank you.
Sorry, we can't hear the chairman. We can't hear.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. I was just thanking Professor Mduluza on this presentation on our battle with schistosomiasis. And he has rightly pointed out that we might be taking the wrong direction. It doesn't put us anywhere, giving children every time tablets to drink when you know the disease is never going to run away. So any questions from what Professor Zimbabwe?
Thank you, Professor Mduluza, for such a fantastic presentation. I have one question, a very simple one, and another one which is more for posing a challenge or challenging you to go beyond what you have said. The simple one is your monitoring and evaluation. I just want to hear your thoughts about using sentinel points for a disease like schistosomiasis that we know that it's focally transmitted. How reliable are those points? Because just a kilometer from there, you could be having a hotspot that you are missing. That's the first one. The second one is that you have done a very systematic study, very impressive, using up-to-date methodologies. But still after that, you have reached the conclusions that we made 10 years ago, if not more than 10 years ago. The issue of sanitation, if you read my 2003-2004 paper, Zambia and Zimbabwe, the issue of sanitation, we raised it. So my challenge, not only to you, but all of us, I just want a discussion to ensue, is that we always conclude by concluding on what is lacking. And that's what I heard from you. This is lacking, this is lacking, rather than to come up with the solutions. So in the context of Education 5.0, for which you are pursuing in Zimbabwe, we need to go a step further. We need to come up with the solutions. You talked about providing water and sanitation at household level. But how are you going to deal with recreational activities for the same target group that you are talking about? Even if you have water at home and you have a toilet at home, kids are still going to swim in the bush while they are rearing their cattle. And these are the solutions that we need. Lastly, you carefully decided that you would not talk about snails. Maybe you knew I was in the room. So, but yet you talked about we will not be able to eliminate. You rightly pointed out that after mass drug administration, the levels go down. Yes, but you still have a few individuals that are infected. And we know that the plus for mass drug administration is to reduce morbidity. But we'll still have pockets of people that remain infected. And it's only one person that you need to go to a site where there are snails and the reinfections happen. So I'm really not challenging you only, I'm challenging ourselves that going forward, I think we need to come up with solutions. If, you know, if it's an issue of water, you showed us a bowl there, which is technology that was developed by Peter Morgan in the 90s, early 90s. And since then, what have we done ourselves? So I do hope that people in the room and on the podium, we can have a conversation on this, because I don't think we are going anywhere with the story of Schisto. We are just lining certain people's pockets with money because of the drugs that we are using. Sorry, Chairperson, I took longer in my remarks.
Professor Mduluza, would you want to say something on what has been said?
Yes, Prof. Mukaratiro. I like it when it is coming from Professor Chimbari. And I can also see, especially starting with the last one where he said, I did not talk about snails. I can see Dr. Rubaba is there, and with him, I didn't want to talk so much about snails because I know as an immunologist, I always talk about snails as an innocent victim in the whole chain. But they've done a lot of work which targets the snails. And adding on that, that is encompassed when we talk about the environment, because we also need, if we are to control holistically the transmission of schistosomiasis, we need the mass treatment to reduce morbidity and pathology, but we also need to control the transmission side. We need to control the access to water. We need to control the disposal of the waste, not near rivers or near the banks of the rivers, which can be washed into the rivers. But on top of that, I joined schistosomiasis long back, but the Prof. Mukaratiro and Prof. Chimbari were already in that field. I was told schistosomiasis has done so much for those who have got PhDs and professors, but we haven't done much for schistosomiasis. It still rings in my head because we all hold PhDs, masters from working on schistosomiasis, but we haven't brought the solution. Why is it like that? It's because it is tricky. Because it is very tricky. You know, you cannot control one aspect and leave the other open. You cannot give medicines like peanuts, you give it to the children in Africa without controlling the water source, recreational facilities. But all that we need, just a minute to tell you, I was giving my talk to the Tulane University public health students. They were surprised. Why do people go to the river? We have got Mississippi, the Mississippi meandering in New Orleans. People do not go to the river. The water is dirty. What is wrong in Africa? So you see, when we look at the problem of schistosomiasis, it's not a packet or a small portion. It needs to be holistic. Both access to water, health education, behavior change, access, disposal. That's why I started with the block of latrines. Imagine investment in those block of latrines. So it's a big problem where we need to rethink on how we can tackle these problems. Go to the communities, talk to them, and find out if they understand the problem. What solution do they need to be brought to their attention besides toilets and access to water? I think I cannot go on to explaining. You are more into this field just like as I am. And you know the problem is really big. And it will not end by mass treatment alone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think mass treatment is a scam, and I'm surprised you were involved in that scam. As the director of that scam, because you are feeding the pharmaceutical company which is producing, and they encourage you buy, we can even give for free, we do all these sorts of things. But have you washed water, sanitation and hygiene? In Europe, you say they don't have all these diseases, cholera and whatever. They didn't put any measures. They just improved the water supply, sanitation and hygiene. Those diseases disappeared on their own without going into the river and telling people don't go. People had water on their tables at every time and whatever. So it's about behavior change, and also the improvement in water, sanitation, and hygiene. If you don't do that, you may have tons and tons of tablets. They won't leave you anywhere. Shisto, you will live it forever.
Thank you, Prof. I'm so happy that Prof. Chimbari and you, Prof. Mdulazi, actually raised this important point that this mass administration of Prezi Council is actually not effective in managing. I was actually, I started my PhD, I started my PhD with schistosomiasis with Prof. Chimbari. I actually stopped the study because I realized that it's not going to do anything for these children. You go there to field, before you go on field, you think you're going to do this impactful study. When you get there, you realize that this is hopeless. We're actually scamming these people. I remember taking a child to clinic because we test the children, we see schisto in the stools, and then we have to treat them. We took the children to the clinic to give them Prezi Council, but I thought to myself, what's the point? Because they're going to go home and go past the same river just after them taking this Prezi Council. So it becomes such pointless studies. So I'm so happy today to hear that on your levels, you actually aware that this is only for us as scientists. And this makes it pointless when you're actually wanting to do science, change health systems. So this is encouraging to know that we have leaders who realize these things, and maybe we can have more impactful and sustainable studies moving forward, because it's sometimes not just about a PhD for some of us.
Thank you for that. I think if only we could revisit ourselves, the ones who are in the endemic area working there. I was just surprised, the female genital schistosomiasis, it came in, loads of money were put in as if it's something new. As long as schistosomiasis started, it always had female and the males, but it was nothing new, but more money went. If it had gone to sanitation, providing water and whatever, it's money well spent. It's never money, but I don't know. So those are some of the issues which we have to redirect. And I see even WHO, they put all sort of things and said, look, these are guided by professionals and whatever, but it's not. It's about the money. Where the money is coming from directs where it goes. And it always comes to the end user, those who are on those kids. If ever you build a swimming pool in the rural area, you teach them how to swim, maybe a world champion comes out of it because they love swimming, they love water and all this, but we never think about it. We see it as a crime for the kids to go to that, but the kids, they want recreation. I don't know. But Tawanda had a hand up for a long time.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. It's only that it's an artificial one. If it was my own hand, I think. Yes. Yes, thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Mutuluza. I think I have two comments. I don't know if you can hear me that side very well.
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
All right. One, I don't know, maybe when you responded to Prof, I don't know if you touched on that one when you were talking about the environmental, you said environmental control. I just wanted to hear maybe your comment in terms of the snail control side, what has been done in Zim, and the possibility of integrating it with whatever is happening. Is there any way we can have local improvised ways of controlling the vector snails? And the issue of water supply and sanitation, yes, these are developmental issues which are very difficult in our developing settings. But I wanted to hear also from you in terms of the fragmentation of stakeholders. You know, we have a lot of money which is around our districts, provinces and stuff, but you see some of the stakeholders, they go solo. You go there, you're talking about schistosomiasis, but there is an NGO which is also going to the same area. They have their own agenda, and government arms also have their own story. But what we're talking about is almost the same thing. Is there any way of us bringing together all these sectors and talk with the same voice? You see, in recently, Prof, we have trachoma research group, we have schistosomiasis research group, but what we are talking about here is water supply and sanitation is the same thing. Can't we bring resources together so that we may, although we are not able to eliminate, but at least we have a stride towards reduction of this disease? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manyangadze. Yes, I think Prof. Chimbare is the guru, especially working with the snails. I'm talking about the mass treatment. I'm more of an immunologist who has failed to come up with the vaccines against these parasites. But to tell you, in Zimbabwe, a lot has already been tested using natural products like gopo or Phytolacca dodecandra, using different plant extracts. Although people ended up doing the mischief of killing the fish instead of application of controlled quantities to kill the snails alone. However, I laughed when Prof was talking about what you didn't talk about snails. I always consider snails as an innocent victim in the whole equation. All that what we need is to prevent the disposal of the waste in the rivers, disposal of the waste near the riverbeds, and then it's washed into the river. Because the snail is a very innocent, good food for fish and other aquatic individual who's infected and who's responsible for the continuous transmission of the eggs, and then the cycle continues. So far, with the mass treatment, which Prof. Mukaratura said, this is a crime which we are causing. Yes, we are sort of like reducing morbidity. You know, with the schistosomiasis, it affects the learning ability. It affects the physical performance of duties. If you are a farmer, you will not perform at your maximum requirement because it's a debilitating disease. So mass treatment, in the meantime, is an interim just to make everything function. But we need to think further, like what they've alluded to, that we need to see how best can we provide an environment where infection is no longer existing. I would want an environment where the snails are there, but let's talk about the disposal of these eggs. Whoever is infected, to be aware, to be conscious that I should not urinate in the rivers. That is, we also need to contribute that they should be, if it's a place where they are swimming or they are doing laundry or gardening, they should have toilets where they can dispose their waste protected not to get into the rivers. So it's a problem which is still as big as it was 20 years ago, or if not 50 years ago, because we are taking it in bits and pieces instead of taking it as a holistic. I think I'll stop here because the discussion can go on and on.
Okay.
The problem with schistosomiasis is an old disease that, like my sister said, she almost wanted to give up. We get our masters, we get our PhD, but we are not putting our head together and deliver a concerted effort, those for trachoma, for malaria, so that we can go together and see that how can we deliver good health in the communities. I think you would allow me to stop there.
Yes. Yeah, thank you so much. But Prof, as an immunologist, treatment, I think it makes things worse. You clean up the child and the child is vulnerable to reinfection. If you leave the child with quantities of schisto, he or she will be protected forever within an environment. They don't develop it. You know so well that the detrimental effect, when you clean up, when they are reinfected, it's in large numbers and it's not sustainable because we are being donated. You can only treat this year for the next 5 years. What have you done? Nothing. I'm just talking on practical issues that we need to revisit all these issues. But anyway, the snail is a non-starter. I think environmentalists have looked at this. The snail is so innocent. And the snail, if you try to kill it, I don't know how far you go because you'll never eliminate, these, especially in the African context, sub-Saharan African context. It's so difficult to fight, to eliminate the snail. So there are many ways. Wash is still our target. If everyone has got water and sanitation, potable and proper hygiene, that disease goes away. So we'll leave it there and maybe we can ponder about it and discuss it out. We still have one presentation though to end our session. Dr. Manyangadze, are you ready with your presentation?
Yeah, it's all right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Professor Mduluza, for that, thought-provoking presentation.
Thank you, Prof.
Dr. Manyangadze, are you logging in? Okay.
Yeah, I'm already, yeah.
Okay, please go ahead.
All right. Yes, I'm Tawanda. I'm going to give a brief talk on an exploratory analysis of the spatial variation of malaria cases and associated household socioeconomic factors in flood-prone areas in Mbire district. Malaria is well known to be associated with floods, mostly in malaria endemic areas. So whenever we have a surge or whenever we have the floods, we tend to have a peak in terms of the malaria cases. So in this case, we were more interested in identifying and map the significant malaria clusters or hotspots in malaria endemic areas, that is during and after the floods. We're also interested in examining the socioeconomic factors which are associated with the identified malaria spatial patterns. So by examining the spatial distribution of malaria and its associated socio-economic or socio-demographic factors, this study contributes to informed preparedness and appropriate response at the local level during the different phases of flooding. So if we know which factors are contributing or are driving the distribution of the malaria cases or the occurrence of malaria cases, we may target those areas in terms of improving the situation around those particular areas. So this was mainly in flood-prone areas of Mbire districts, mainly Ward 3, Ward 12, Ward 9, Ward 10, and Ward 16. This is a malaria endemic, and the floods are also related to the increase of malaria outbreaks. Whenever we have floods, we tend to have a lot of more malaria cases. So there are also quite a number of malaria prevention and control strategies that are being implemented there, but we decided to check and see which factors are contributing or are driving to the distribution or occurrence of the cases despite or amidst these strategies. So basically, our study design, we mainly used the cross-sectional survey, which involved about 333 household heads. So this was mainly based on the reported cases. So we adopted more of a historic approach to flood disasters based on the household survey relating to disasters and human health, with focus on malaria and related socioeconomic factors, such as gender, education of the household head, types of material, and also whether the household itself was flooded. So we're mainly focusing on the flood prone areas, the areas that are more likely to be flooded or that always experience flooding. The sample size was 10% of estimated number of households in the floodplain, plus 10% attrition. And at the end, we got 333 questionnaires, 333 questionnaires, which were valid, and this was above the required minimum sample size. The study participants were proportionally distributed across the wards, and also they were randomly selected. We used the open data kit with GPS, that is the Kobo Collect, to collect our data. So basically, we use the descriptive statistics and chi-square test to assess the association between malaria cases and socio-demographic risk factors at household level. Then we used the Biennial model to identify significant spatial clusters of households at p-value of less than 0.05, where malaria cases were reported during and after floods. If the following were determined and recorded for the identified clusters, for example, the location and size of the cluster, which we defined as the hotspot, and also the number of observed and expected observations, then the percentage of the cases in the area, and relative risk inside the window as we compare to the areas which are outside the identified hotspot. And we also calculated the likelihood ratio. The high risk clusters were defined as having up to 50% of the total number of households, and also only significant clusters were reported in our study. In order to see the variation of the contribution of the socio-demographic factors to the occurrence of cases, we used the geographically weighted regression model. This form of model is capable of handling binary dependent or response variable, that is a case or no case, that vary across the space, that is between the X and Y coordinates. This allows the spatial variation of the local regression coefficients. So instead of using the global logistic regression model, we have now to go local and see where do we have the significance of these socio-demographic factors across our landscape or our study area. The analysis in this study was extended to that geographically weighted logistic regression model, because the logistic regression on its own was not capable of presenting the spatial heterogeneity of the exploratory variables coefficients. So we produced a set of different models and then compared with the global logistic model. Then based on the AIC, we choose the best model. And the best model most of the time is the one with the smaller value of AICC. So basically, in a normal logistic regression, we found out that type of house material was associated with the number of cases. So we would see that pour and dagger and thatching were associated with more number of cases compared to other materials, and it was significant. And the sources of water also was a significant factor, and age. So we tried to check now the best spatial model, looking at the global model and the local geographically weighted logistic regression model. And we included all the models in all the in our tests, started with one variable, building our model. And as you can see, maybe, I don't know if you can see my table, number 9, the model number 9, which had the intercept, water sources, and house material, is the one which had the lowest AIC on our geographically weighted logistic regression. And the same applies on the global model as well. So we ended up using that model to determine the spatial variation of our cases in relation to the related socioeconomic factors. And in this case, it was the sources of water and the material of the houses. So at the end, we identified one cluster which was significant. The number of cases was 26 inside the cluster, and the expected number of cases was 11.5, which means the number of cases which were in that particular cluster was more than what was expected. And the relative risk was 2.72 compared to the outside of that cluster. Then this also shows the local variation of socioeconomic variables in determining the heterogeneity for malaria. So you would see that water sources and type of house material showed that they vary with the occurrence of cases around our study area. And the negative values of DIF, which is DIFF of criterion, indicate spatial variability. So which means that, yes, these two variables determined or was associated with the spatial variation of our cases as well. So here we can see the spatial variation of the coefficients for water sources. So you would see that we had higher coefficients towards the southern part of our study area, and they were also significant, since we have 1.96, which is the value of our T, which means that if it's above, if it's at that and above, it is significant. So if T is 1.96 and above, or minus 1.96 and below, it's significant. So which means to the southern part of our study area, water sources had higher coefficients, which means they had higher probability of being related to the cases. House material was more significant and also higher in the mid towards also to the southern part, which also relates, or is also around the cluster that we identified. So yes, spatial analysis of malaria cases has been widely done in different settings, but most of the studies did not focus on microgeographical scale, especially in malaria endemic and flood-prone areas. So this study has shown that malaria cases also vary at microgeographical scale in flood-prone areas. And these could also be used in preparedness and control of this disease based on the pattern and the identified factors. So this is more critical since resources at times are not available or insufficient to respond effectively to malaria outbreaks. So we can say water sources and type of house material emerged as the key variables in determining spatial variation of malaria cases at household level in our study area. So the results could form the basis for place-specific malaria interventions in Bire and other similar settings. But we also suggest that we can work with data from the clinics or health facilities instead of relying on reported cases from the households. So instead of using the questionnaire to get the cases, we can use maybe DHIS2. But most of the time in these settings, some of the information may not be readily available. Yeah, we thank EcoHealth for funding this project, also the communities to participate in this study. Thank you.
On malaria spatial distribution in Bire. Any questions for Dr. Manyangas? Comments? Well, I'm not seeing any questions or comments. At this juncture, I think we are past over time, but we also started a bit late. So I would like to, on behalf of the Ecohealth International, I'd like to thank all the presenters for this session, both online and those who are in person here. I think we had a lively discussion of all the presentation which were made, and some we can still discuss, outside this session. Let's give a clap of hands for the presenters once again. And this brings us to the end. So just a reminder, I don't know if there are changes in time. We were supposed to have finished around an hour earlier before we go to the cocktail. So the cocktail was supposed to start at 6 and it's past 6 now. So I don't know for the organizers whether people are being given time to go and, spruce themselves up before the cocktail. Sorry? You're already spruced up, okay. So we just go now. I'm sure it's ready. The cocktail is ready. I don't see any of the organizers, either Nokwanda or Sambulo, but okay. Because our other group, maybe they're already there. Let's proceed. I do apologize that we went over time, but I think it was worth it. Thank you once again. And we see each other tomorrow after the cocktail. Also, thank you to our cameraman and gentlemen behind the scenes there. Thank you so much. We've kept you a bit, Oh, okay, sorry, I forgot an important announcement. Tomorrow, please, you all got t-shirts. I don't know where I put mine, but now that I'm being told of t-shirts, I've misplaced mine. So tomorrow, please come wearing your t-shirts because of the occasions which is going to happen tomorrow. Thank you so much. Where I put t-shirts.